All right. So first of all, welcome to each and every one of you guys. I'm going to be repeating myself a number of times with this. Uh, we're going to have a stream this afternoon. As you can see, it's about the DC moving forward, a discussion on that. Uh, First and foremost, this is not the official stream yet. It starts at 6 p.m. So even though I'm talking to you guys right now, I'm going to disappear until 6 p.m. But you will know that the stream is about to start. So I'm just letting you guys know um, that the stream has started, sort of, but not really. It hasn't officially started. So around 6 p.m. is when the stream's going to start. I am Christ I am Disciple, aka Anson Phillip, and we're going to talk all things DC, but we're not ready to begin yet. Okay? We're up live, but we're not ready to begin. I have some things I still have to do. So I'm just going to right now take out the camera. Okay, so you're only just going to see DC moving forward discussion. You're going to hear my voice. I'm now going to kill the microphone, and you guys can catch me at 6 p.m. sharp. All right. Kidoki, we're back. So, DC moving forward, or the options in DC moving forward, is what we're going to talk about. This discussion is going to be for Snyder fans. It's also going to be for general fans. Hopefully, I get some of you guys up in here to have this discussion. And hopefully, we get some good stuff coming out of this. Okay. Now, some people I expect to be a guest on this. Or at least one person I know definitely we're going to be talking with if he comes on. That'll be Damien. So I should do actually. Now that I think about it. Oh, 1 second. The video is going to freeze. Don't worry about it. All right. So it's almost time. It's almost 6 p.m. I was supposed to have Damian Anton Vincent on here. I did not contact Leroy Kong. I saw somebody came through in the building, was watching these videos. Hopefully the song on this video is the sound on this video. You can hear the sound. I've also put the link in the chat section so that anybody who wants to come on here as a guest, you just have to click the link in the chat section. I'll highlight it if it pops up. Great. Okay, so everything's a little delayed on this phone because this phone's a bit slow, and it's all good. We are going to be talking about, my name is Christ, I'm Disciple, aka Anson Phillip, and we're going to be talking about Restore the Snyderverse, and also DC, and the options going forward for us as fans and so on. But as you can see, there's a list of topics that I want to go through. It's not just going to be arbitrary talking. We're going to talk about the history of the DCU, Warner Brothers, particularly after BVS. We're also going to talk about the Snyderverse, the Hamadaverse, and the Gunverse. And in that, we could cover a whole bunch of stuff. So we'll talk about that, and then we'll talk about how what the studio chooses to do versus what the audience demands, or the audience demand, what the audience wants. And usually the audience, in this case, starts off with the fans and what they want, right? We'll also talk a little bit about the significance of Zack Snyder's Justice League, because I think that particular movie sort of changed the way how Hollywood conducts business and how things happen in Hollywood. It really has revolutionized a lot of things. And I do believe that it will influence also how things pan out for this year, 2023. And finally, well, we're going to look at steps that DC fans, particularly, and even the audience, can take given the sequence of the set of events that are transpiring so far in DC. So we're going to talk about all those things on those topics. Now, I know for a fact from speaking to a lot of DC fans out there, sizable amount of DC fans, that DC fans are not really happy with what happened, what transpired with DC. So I'm just gonna start it off like that. DC fans are not happy at all with what has happened. They are not happy with the firing of Henry Cavill. We all know this. Fans are not happy with the fact that they're not happy with the content. Okay, if the DC fans were happy with the content and even the slate that James Gunn has put out, if DC fans were really excited and happy about it, they'd be talking about it in a positive way, all over the place. Now we have, the influencers and we have, the trades in Hollywood trying to put a positive spin on things. And that's expected because they're part of the industry and they make their money that way. But for the most part, when I listen to grassroots people, except for people who are big, strong supporters of James Gunn, I really haven't seen anyone who is really impressed with the set of decisions that James Gunn has made so far. His slate is at best meh. Nobody's really enthusiastic and extremely excited about it. And the series of choices he took, and he and Peter Safran in rebooting the universe, breeds of nepotism, and it really orders very badly for the universe going forward. And even the the firing of Henry Cavill, but the retention of these movies, which we no one's really excited for, is very puzzling. That he wants to build his universe off of movies that no one's excited for, but we know it's because of nepotism. Peter Safran, it's Peter Safran production movies, so as a result of that, they don't want to get rid of them. Right? It's really that simple. So we're going to discuss this. I've been on the air for about 20 minutes, so I'm basically about maybe 6 minutes into this. In fact, we haven't even started this broadcast yet. It's now 6 p.m. and we're about to begin. So I see somebody has already popped up and is attending, is watching this video, and I invite you to share this link with as many people as possible. And we're going to try and really have something for you guys that's really useful for you as DC fans. So I'm going to speak to DC fans in general, and I also speak to Snyder fans. Okay, because I think those are two separate things. Not all DC fans are Snyder fans. That's a fact. And also, it is also true that the Snyder demographic is actually going for something a little bit different to what the DC demographic will be going for. So I have to speak to two separate groups of people. One is a subset of the bigger group of people, but nonetheless, I have to speak to two different sets of people. So when I'm addressing, and when the guests come on here, I'm going to try and get them to understand that. All right, so I'm going to get into it because it's 6 p.m. I don't want to really spend unnecessary time here. I want to make the best use of my time. Hopefully, you guys can give me feedback in the comment section if my audio is clear enough. So I need to know if my audio is clear enough. And you can just give me some feedback in the chat section. Is my audio loud enough? Is it clear enough? I want to invite Leroy Kong, if Leroy Kong is moving around, to also attend this chat section. I want as wide a demographic of DC fans as possible. If you're a gun fan, please come up in here. If you're a DC fan in general, please come up in here. I would like you as a guest on here, at least to feature, even if it's a minute of your time, to hear your views on this. And get as many DC fans as possible up in here. I want to hear as many different perspectives, as many views as possible, right? Because we're talking DC. When I'm a Snyder fan, yes, but I'm also a DC fan. And let me just make this clear to everybody. When I say I'm DC, I'm not a Marvel fan. I'm not really into Marvel. Yes, I used to read the Incredible Hulk comics when I was younger. I used to read Captain Thor, and I also used to read Captain America comics. Yes, I used to read Spider-Man comics as well. There's several X-Men comics. So yes, I have a background in reading Marvel comics, but I tend to drift towards and really enjoy DC comics and the DC movies. Particularly, I'm more partial towards DC than I am Marvel. Don't get me wrong, Marvel has some pretty good comic book runs with certain things like Star Wars, etc. But I was more a DC comic fan coming up. Okay, so Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman comics, and then you know, I wasn't really a big fan of Linda Carter's Wonder Woman, even though I used to watch it on television. And uh, with Christopher Reeves, I was a big Christopher Reeve fan. The first time I saw Superman in 1978 was awesome. Your boy was flying off of chairs and shit, thinking he could fly. Sorry about the S word there. I thought I could fly. I always used to dream of flying. All of us dream of flying. So that movie blew my mind at the time it came out. Of course, I outgrew that. And but I always used to put on the little cape and thing. Oh, when my dad was studying in the United States of America, I was trying to dive off of things. How kids are. We always want to fly, right? And Superman was the epitome of that. I saw other things like the Incredible Hulk television series. They had Super Friends. They had Scooby Doo. I don't know if you guys know about these times. These are the earlier times. This is the early '80s going on. And so for me growing up, yes, cartoons was a thing. He-Man, Thundercats. I would really love them to make a movie out of Thundercats. That was a DC film, by the way. Transformers, etc. So, yes, growing up, I was into the comics, books. Actually, at a certain point in time, my parents didn't want us to read any comics. They were very religious. They didn't want us touching those things. So I used to read comics in elementary school. When my uncle, I'd go up by my uncle and he would have all these comics and I'd read all these comics. That's how I got into comics and stuff like that, right? So many years after, I kind of got away from comics. The thing I used to watch was X-Men, all the X-Men movies. I used to watch that because Blade was great. I loved Blade. And Spider-Man, I remember going to see Spider-Man in the cinema. I think it was Spider-Man 2, the one with Doc Ock, Dr. Octopus. And I think I saw the others on, I saw them on cable. So Spider-Man, great. I went to the cinema to see Incredible Hulk. I still don't think they've captured the Incredible Hulk like the Incredible Hulk should be captured. I think my impression of the Incredible Hulk is really I'm highly influenced by the impression of Lou Ferrigno as the Incredible Hulk. So I still haven't gotten past the fact that he was so scary. The way how they pitched the Incredible Hulk, he was an incredibly scary character. And I haven't quite, every time I see the Incredible Hulk, any version of the Incredible Hulk, he looks tremendous on the screen, muscles and everything, but he doesn't scare me. And the Incredible Hulk is something that's supposed to be, it's like this moment where the last resort, David Banner loses his shit and becomes the Incredible. Well, he's not David Banner. What's the guy? I forgot what the guy name. But anyway, he loses his shit and he becomes Incredible Hulk, and it's a scary time. And the music was scary, and just the way if you ever go and watch the Incredible Hulk TV series, it's kind of wanky now, but it was well made and it scared the shit out of me. Okay, sorry about all the sh words I'm using, but it scared the living dead because you felt the consequence, you felt the weight, you felt that this guy did not like getting angry. He's trying to control himself and let it. In the end, they killed the Incredible Hulk at the end of the series, but nonetheless, it was always a kind of saddish story as well. It's kind of like a tragedy. But I think that version of the Incredible Hulk has kind of gotten to me. It's a more grounded version. Yes, it's kind of wanky now, but what I would say to people is, I grew up around these kinds of comics, so I always appreciated comics that were more grounded than more Looney Tune comics. Looney Tune comics like Archie and those kind of things, kind of loony. Dennis the Menace and that kind of thing. I look more for comics which are more grounded, and because I grew up with cartoons where the characters took themselves seriously, even if the cartoon was wanky as hell, the characters took themselves seriously. Entertainment where the characters don't take themselves seriously, or the writers don't take the characters seriously. I don't care how wanky the characters may be. You could go back and look at Super Friends, for example, and it's pretty wanky, right? But the characters take themselves seriously, and the guys who are voice acting, they're like so serious. It's funny now looking back at it, but at the time you took it seriously as a child. Now we're not children anymore, right? We're big grown people. And I stopped actually reading comics when I got much older, and I was focused on much more things, much more serious matters of life. And so I haven't been a comic book, fan for extremely long time, like some people I know. I love comics now, and what got me back into comics was Zack Snyder, right? And you guys know that Man of Steel, and then it got me researching a whole set of things, and the controversy behind BVS got me reading a lot of comics again. And now, just for those of you, I'm going to tell you all a little secret. There are several places online where you can actually access almost any comic out there for free. That's one. Two, you can also access comics online by paying for them. All right. So I'm just telling you those two things. Any comic you want to pull up right now, you can pull it up. There's archives of comics people have scanned into the system and digitized and so on. And comics are also digital as well. But let me say, if you're a big comic book nut, like you love comic books, please keep on helping the industry, because we're going to discuss some of that in this video, I do believe. And here's a guest that's just popped up in here. So I was kind of just trying to kill time and explain things because we want to get into the meat of it. Hold on a second, my friend. My phone is very, very slow. So I clicked on guest. I don't know if it's going to pop up. But I see you in the chat section there. Hold on a second. I see you. I see you. Man. And this thing's not, my phone is not responding at all. Oh, there you go. Oh, Damien Anton Vincent. Yes, sir. Okay, hold on a second, Damien. There we go. I see you in the chat, brother. I see you. I see you. I clicked on you. Yes, you're giving me the thumbs up. I clicked on you. My phone is so slow. Oh, there you go. Add to stream. Yes, please.
Yeah. You hear me?
Right.
You hear me?
Add to stream. Oh, wow. This phone, you can see how slow the reaction time is.
You hear me?
Are you there, Damien?
Yeah, I'm here. You hear me?
I don't see you.
You don't see me.
I'm hearing you.
Yeah. You hear me?
Yes, I hear you now.
All right. Okay.
Just not seeing you yet. Hold on a second.
Oh.
It's so delayed on this phone. It's very.
Oh, probably that's the camera.
Slow.
Well, that's all right. Because once you hear me,
I'm trying to get the thing to just go away. There we go. I see you now.
oh, okay. Yeah, man.
I'm hearing you loud and clear.
Yes, man.
Loud and clear.
So I'll take.
All right. So let me formally introduce you. This is Damien. I'm good, man. I'm good. I just want to formally introduce you. This is Damien Anton Vincent. But for the people out there that don't know, he's a fellow Trinidadian as myself. I'm born and raised in the island of Trinidad and Tobago. Don't let it fool you. Don't let my accent fool you. I am a Trinidadian to the core. And that is my Trinidadian brother, Damien Anton Vincent. And as you can see from the topic, we'll be discussing this topic going in depth. Hopefully we can get more people on here, but I sent out an invite. I don't know if anybody else will come. But we do need to chop this up for real. So all I was doing was just giving my background. Now, Damien, you can start the ball rolling. This is the time. Let's go.
All right. So what the topic? What was it? Just give me a little a lead into what the topic is again.
Right. So the topic is, to start us out of us, DC options going forward. And if you look scrolling below, oh boy, it's supposed to say DC and WB after Batman v Superman.
Yeah.
You seen that?
Yeah, I see something going across the screen there. Yes.
Right. So if you could please just recap that history in a nutshell for those people who view this. Oh, by the way, we speaking to two sets of people, right? We speaking to DC fans and the general audience, and we also speaking to Snyder fans. So just bear that in mind.
Oh my God. But that is a terrible, that's a terrible. All right. This is a, a tragedy. Now, this whole thing happened because of Christopher Nolan, right? Christopher Nolan decided after the studio mandated him to do a Superman movie after The Dark Knight. He decided to say that he couldn't do it. He decided to pick to invite Zack Snyder to do the movie. They discuss it, right? And they decided to go forward with it, right? Certain people probably would have had objections, like Jeff Johns, who if people don't know, was attached to two movies called Superman Returns and Green Lantern. We all know how that turned out. So Christopher Nolan didn't want anything to do with Jeff Johns. And it's ever since that, right? And with Man of Steel, the lukewarm critical response from 2013, they started to chip away, right? What made matters even worse was the announcement of Batman vs Superman, and this is what got Marvel involved, right? Because if you look, yep, and I'm going to explain that. I'm going to explain that. Now, on the day of on around that time, Marvel was about to do something, a movie called The Serpent Society, right? The day of the announcement, San Diego Comic-Con was flattened, literally flattened with that announcement, Batman vs Superman. Marvel had to drop everything that they was doing, and they went and do Civil War. If you go and you check on what it is the Marvel director said about the announcement of Batman vs Superman, they said we had to do something else we're going to lose the audience. Right?
Correct.
There's articles.
Before you go on, I just want to inject one thing.
Yeah.
When Christopher Nolan introduced Zack Snyder for Man of Steel, Zack Snyder pitched that Marvel was great at what they were doing, and they needed to do something different at DC.
Exactly.
And he said, what they need to do is tell epic stories. Zack Snyder was the only person besides Christopher Nolan and Greg Silverman in that room who was pitching that. Everybody else in that room wanted to do what Marvel was doing. Let's just set that record straight from the beginning. So most of the execs actually.
All right.
Because remember, Avengers came out in 2012, or was it 2013? 2012?
Yeah. I think 2012. Yeah, 2012.
Right. So Zack Snyder, what he was pitching, Marvel had just gotten success. They were thinking, WB was thinking, we need to be like Marvel. This is not something new, okay? This is something they have been trying to do since 2006 with Superman Returns, because Superman Returns was supposed to continue Christopher Reeve, and then this guy was supposed to do Justice League Mortal. What's his name?
That was before. That was before. I think
You
that
know
was
the guy.
guys with this man who do the guy actor who I can National Treasure and this motorbike thing. Oh God, what's his
Yeah.
name again?
Exactly. Yes.
Skullface.
Mad Max Fury Road.
Nicolas Cage.
Greg.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mad Max Fury Road. He directed Mad Max Fury Road. I forgot his name for some reason. He's a great director, by the way. Right? But they canceled that because Green Lantern worked out. So they tried to get Superman going, then they tried to get Green Lantern going. Neither worked out. Right? So,
that's what I say. One thing.
Batman v Superman was something that came out. Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to mention one thing. The actor that I was trying to remember is Nicolas Cage. The name of the actor I was trying to remember was Nicolas Cage. Right? That is what the actor I was trying to remember now when he was mentioning the Superman he was trying to do. All right, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Now there was another Superman they were trying to do. But I'm talking about Justice League Mortal, which was supposed to be done by I can't remember his name right now, so I'll just leave that alone.
Oh yes. You're quite right, yeah.
Nicolas was supposed to be Superman Lives with Tim Burton. And that was supposed to come after Batman Returns, right? So in 1991, after Batman Returns, Burton was supposed to do Batman Forever. Schumacher, who did Batman Forever, and he was also supposed to do Superman Returns with Nicolas Cage. Superman Lives, sorry, right? It ended up that they did in 2006. They did Superman Returns. Yes, Superman Returns. They decided to borrow the
Christopher
Reeves model. But what Tim Burton was going to do was radically different from the Christopher Reeves model. It was going to be something totally different. And again, where Warner Brothers shines is when they do something totally different. I don't know why they get it in their head that they have to do the Christopher Reeves Superman all the time, but that doesn't work. And that's why, Zack Snyder's Man of Steel actually made money at the box office, because it was, according to what's the guy's name? The man who wrote the comic book Superman, All-Star Superman. Anyway, the writer for All-Star Superman, he said that Zack Snyder finally made Superman interesting. Right? You know what I'm talking about? The comic book writer?
Oh, no, I don't know, but I'm agreeing with what I'm agreeing with.
And I was just talking about it on Twitter. It's crazy. But
good.
So you can continue, but I just wanted.
All right, so let me
people to know from the get-go.
All right. So all right, so basically after that whole announcement about Batman versus Superman, now the problem now is that now that Christopher Nolan no longer watching over Snyder, right, protecting him from the studio execs started to get involved, including and then they started to put they started to make certain changes, because in the first draft, I believe Metallo was supposed to be in the first draft of Batman vs Superman, right? I think later on, I think Chris Terrio would have come in and he would have had to fix what he needed to fix, right? That is why I think at the end, I think from what I heard was that Batman was supposed to brand Lex, right? But I think when Chris Terrio came in, he changed that, right? Which ended up being the right decision, right? Because it was supposed to show the eventual change the Batman made at the end, right? The studio, the movie finished. They screened the movie for the execs. The movie got a standing ovation from what the information that we got, right? Then we hear him talk about Jeff Johns leak, Jeff Johns leaking Doomsday, Doomsday being in the movie, and they end up having to they end up having to put out a trailer with Doomsday in it and Wonder Woman, which was so stupid, right? So basically they kill the hype for the movie even before it come out, right? Then on top of that now, you before the movie release, you cut half an hour to the movie. No, I understand, yeah, when you're editing, you cut the movie for its runtime. But common sense would tell you that the parts that you're cutting would have been important in the story. And people have people smart enough to realize that, wait now, something wrong here, right? And that is what it is kill a lot of people enjoyment of the movie, right? So, and that is why, and the thing is, the studio did nothing to repair that, to fix that, right? To fix that image. You say, well, all right, you know what? Let us release the full version, so at least people would see what it is Snyder really had intended, right? But that didn't happen, right? And it's unfortunate
Exactly.
that
I just want to interject.
Pardon? No, what I'm saying is
It
it's
is unfortunate,
unfortunate.
as you're saying, just finish.
Oh, sorry. All right. It's unfortunate that the studio have to spend all that money, right, for it to come and to make that kind of blunder. You understand? And still it's not trying to correct it. You just leave it, and the thing is, I think 3 months down the road, you decide to release the movie, and right 3 months down the road, Marvel released Civil War, right? Which almost had the almost identical story, right? So it leads you to wonder if somebody inside Warner Brothers leaked the story, but who in Warner Brothers was actually close to Marvel, right? And when they check it and they check the history, you realize is Jeff Johns who is good friends with Kevin Feige, and that's probably the only source that the link that could actually happen, right? Maybe it can probably could have come from somewhere else, but he's the main suspect for that, right? No,
Right. So
no,
let me interject here
later
now. Where you going?
after the after the
Go
failure
on.
of Zack Snyder.
Wait,
All right, go ahead.
where you going? Go, don't go. I know where you are. Just want to hold that thought for a second because I want to interject this. Now, it's very important for people to understand. Kevin Tsuchihara is one of the execs that always pushes for runtime. And
Yeah,
he wanted that movie to be 3 hours or under 3 hours. And that's the only reason why that movie did not function how it's supposed to be. If the Ultimate Edition, Zack Snyder made a deal with them, he said, all right, cool. Then let me have my Ultimate Edition, right? That was the deal he made with them. But truth be told, after people saw the Ultimate Edition, they were really, really angry because the critics and everybody agreed that the Ultimate Edition was a superior thing to what came out in the theater. In other words, this is a very important point that I want everybody that's listening to hear. This studio has constantly been making the same mistakes over and over again. Zack Snyder is not a James Cameron, so you can't tell them, chuck it and get out of my room, right? When they say they're going to cut runtime. And studios all across the spectrum in Hollywood have been doing this. It's not just Warner Brothers. Fox guy came into James Cameron for Avatar, said, well, it's great, but we need to shorten it down. No. Don't touch the man's movie. Don't touch the man's movie, right? Similarly, They had something great, and they messed it up by cutting the runtime. And if they don't get this memo, because they've done it for the most recent movie, Black Adam, was also cut for runtime. Also cut for runtime, by the way. And I believe it was rated R because MPAA, it was a rated R movie, and they had to dial it back. You cannot dial back on creativity. When people are doing an edgy thing, let them do their edgy thing. If they're doing whatever they're doing, so these people need to allow the directors to do what they do. James Gunn is saying how he's going to let the directors do their thing. I don't believe him 1 second, because that is committees do these movies. Even what's his name? The Rock even said it was a bunch of people, and the guy who was doing the music said it's a bunch of people working on the movie. Let this thing be a singular vision by a director, please. Let them have their own spin on the thing. Right?
I could say something about that.
Emphasize that. Go ahead now.
I want to say something about that, as you mentioned James Gunn and Black Adam. Now, there's a certain faction in the fandom blaming us, people like me, for the failure of Black Adam. Right? Now, the person who in charge of who one of the producers on Black Adam is Peter Safran. Think about that for a second. Right? Who is the co-head at DC right now? Right? You see, the whole idea was to plant seeds all along the way. With all the movies that they rushed out, the minute they heard the merger was taking place, to make sure that there's no way that Snyder would be able to come back in to try to fix anything. And the only thing that they were able to do is to do a reboot. This plan was so sinister. They even tried it with the Snyder cut. Because imagine you go watch Snyder and tell him, how about if you just put on the movie just as is? Really? Are you serious? And all along the way, every time you try to release a trailer, you leak it before time. What kind of human beings will even do another human being that? You have to have real malice and hate. Where's the humanity?
Right.
You understand? And I'm not. I just want to say this one thing. Yes. It takes a lot of. Give hold on a bit. It takes a lot. Real effort to do something like that, because this is money. It's big money and investors involved in this thing, right? And for you to take investors' money to make a movie and sabotage it, you understand? And you still have your job. It's amazing. It's ridiculous. Somebody, and the thing is, no, the MPAA, the Hollywood, nobody, the police, nothing getting involved in this thing. The executives messing up movies big time with a bad behavior, and it appears that directors, and this is me saying this, directors don't have any recourse. Right? Yeah, go ahead. On to you.
No, what? Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Right. So I was just saying, good points. I want to go back to BVS because we're going in a timeline. So you were saying now that BVS happened, notice the fault was not with the director Zack Snyder, it was with the studio It was an exec in the studio who felt it could be shorter. Okay, I want anybody listening to this video to understand. So that when you go to try and blame either Zack Snyder or David Ayer or whoever, understand somebody who is not a creative took the creative's work and said, this is what we want. The creative tried to do it, right? It wasn't the creative that messed up. It was an executive, no longer there, who demanded that it had a certain runtime. And because the creative tried to satisfy the executive, we got what we got. This is a lesson that I want you fans to understand and to hold whoever in Hollywood, whatever corporate body, because we got these corporate people coming into Hollywood and trying to put their will and their stamp on creatives. Hollywood's a creative place. And as Christopher Reeve, the great Christopher Reeve himself said, this is not nothing new, you know. These corporative peoples, these people from corporations came into Hollywood. Hollywood used to be run by old guys who loved movies. And they started putting their money into movies. And those were the execs back in Christopher Reeve's time. And then it changed. Okay, it changed. And now people who have no clue about movies. They inside of corporations trying to make it ahead and build their resume and build their brand, right? That's what's going on. So we have people less interested in movies, more interested in making money, making the critical decisions for movie making. That's why we're not getting enough imagination and creativity in movies today and variety in movies today. We get a lot of reruns. We get a lot of, what do we call them? What do we call them? Remakes of old movies. We get a lot of what do you call it? Theme park movies. You know, a lot of theme park movies, right? Cheap entertainment, right? And you go home, right? Because it's corporate guys running Hollywood right now. That's the problem. The only place where you're seeing the variety now is these new streaming services like Netflix and like Amazon, which are willing to take risks and enter new frontiers with entertainment. So you'll find Netflix, Amazon, to some extent Paramount, to some extent Universal, you know, Comcast sometimes, which is Universal. You'll see them kind of exploring still. Some of them holding on to some of the old school values. So in this changing terrain where everything is branding, I want people to bear that in mind. The creatives must have a good say in their work. I understand the business aspect and distribution and all of that. You can have all of that going, but let the creatives at least do their vision. Don't dilute the creatives' vision. You hire them to do something, and then afterwards you want to edit this and twist this and turn that. Don't do that. Don't do it. Because you have the power to do it? No, don't do it. So we have executives in Hollywood who are abusing their power. And this is what we're seeing in Warner Brothers right now. And it's ugly. Anyway, back to BVS, because they're going to blame BVS now for why this universe is not going to be the way, you know, why it was dying and all of that. So let's go to Damien, take it away. BVS. What happened after
all
BVS?
Right. So now what? No, after the critical failure of BVS, right? The studio decided, you know what? Suicide Squad had the same type of tone, so they brought in a company called the Trailer Company to reshoot Suicide Squad, and that movie that we got in 2016 is a studio movie, not David Ayer's movie. Let me make that clear. That movie is not David Ayer's movie. The 2016 Suicide Squad is not David Ayer's movie. Right? That is Warner Brothers. That movie should be labeled Warner Brothers Suicide Squad. Right? As you're going along, while Snyder still shooting, while all is going on, he's shooting Justice League. Right? Now, we hear now that Jeff Johns brought in these Marvel bloggers to watch and see what Snyder doing, and so that the so-called to say that they would whatever they do, whatever they do in BVS wouldn't happen again, and it will be more light. And I said that foolishness, right? Till I had to say he might want to knock him down, knock down one of them. You understand? I think there's a famous tweet from Larry Fong saying something along that line. I ain't mad at him at all. Right? But the thing is, they keep micromanaging, they keep hovering over Zack Snyder, just as what they did what Jeff Johns did with Green Lantern and Superman Returns. And they saw how those movies came out. And we'll come to that later on. Until later in I think 2016, Josh Whedon came in. They brought in Josh Whedon, and the studio said that Josh Whedon is Zack Snyder's friend, which is a lie. They were never friends, right? And he was there, and he was trying to looking at what is Snyder doing, and right, but it was not needed, right? Until the studio started, and then decided to I almost forget something. After the movie was completed, it was no, in all intents and purposes, once the movie is completely shot, that is a cut. So for anybody saying that there was no Snyder cut, they bloody well lie, right? Right? And I know who that certain fella who is going to campaign program, right? Keep talking about there was no cut. Legally, that is a cut. Whether they like it or not, it is a cut. It is defined as a cut legally, right?
You know, we know that Zack Snyder finished quite a lot of that movie. Remember they did the deleted scenes. Remember the deleted scenes from the DVD? And when I saw those deleted scenes, I was livid because I saw how complete they were. I saw how finished they were. It really annoyed me. I'm just saying.
Okay.
But anyway, like you said,
I hope I'll be able to get my hands on a copy. So, but I want to continue what is that saying here. No, when there was a report in 2016 saying that the Snyder cut was unwatchable. If you go online and you type in Justice League is unwatchable, that article will come up. So it's 20. A lot of the blog sites post on it, right? Going along, all that time is post production. Zack Snyder working, he trying to do what he has to do. The studio interfering with what he's doing, right? That is Jeff Johns hovering over him. That is why too, and that's because I think too, Ben Affleck, he started to interfere with Ben Affleck's script, right? And caused Ben Affleck in 2017 to step away from the Batman project, right? From directing it.
Right. So
right? But he was still willing to play the Batman, right?
Yeah.
But
well,
Matt Reeves,
you say a lot. You say a lot without people knowing what context. So there's something the fans need to understand. People out there, there were 3 movies going on in 2016, sort of like, okay. Ben Affleck was a Batman movie.
I forget.
Was working on.
I forget one movie.
Zack's
Wonder Woman.
Right.
I forget about Wonder Woman, but actually, Wonder Woman would have been in 2017. So I still a good shot, right? So we could. Or you want to continue?
You go ahead.
All right. Okay. So Matt Reeves. That's why to me I don't like Matt Reeves. I tell you, Frank, I don't like Matt Reeves because he saw opportunity and
You can't skip. You gotta
instead of he trying to start up put,
wait.
huh?
Before you go to Matt Reeves, right? Because you're really skipping along here. You don't realize how fast you're moving.
Yeah.
You gotta let them know
All right.
about
Okay.
one, the Zack Snyder, the Patty Jenkins, and Ben Affleck. So make sure you get that clear to everybody because everybody still doesn't know what you're talking about. Like Ben Affleck, what happened to Ben Affleck? What happened to Patty Jenkins? What happened to Zack Snyder? So just go that over again so they'll understand because this all happened wrong about the same time.
Oh, okay. All right. Everything it happened so right. This thing's so unfortunate because you have all these talented directors. Plus the fact that there was a I can't remember between 2016 and 2017. I believe it was more into this 16. They had a what they call a panel of all the directors for the different movies. That's why you were seeing Zack Snyder for Justice League and Superman. You know, see Ben Affleck for the Batman movie, James Wan for
Right?
Aquaman, Patty Jenkins for Wonder Woman, Rick Famuyiwa, right, for the
For
Flash,
Flash.
right, right.
Right?
I don't think that anybody else, right? Oh yes, David Ayer for
No.
but for he was
David Ayer
supposed
for
to
the
come in and do and I saw Suicide Squad. Or I think it was I was hearing about this thing they was talking about Birds of Prey,
Not Birds of Prey.
right? They were
It
supposed
was
to
a
do a
different
Birds
name.
of Prey movie and some
It
other
was
name, right? But
no.
but a certain
I'll tell you.
actor,
The name is
but a certain actress. Let me just put it this way. I don't call she name. A certain actress hijacked the whole thing.
Sirens. Gotham Sirens. David Ayer was supposed to do Gotham Sirens.
Gotham Sirens. Yes, that is the name of the movie. Gotham Sirens. And a certain actress hijacked the whole thing. Let me don't call she name because it will have
Right.
fans. It will have fans. It will have she fans watching this thing, and it will get ugly, right? So let me leave it
Yeah.
alone, right? You telling me you have all these great directors. They know the job. You have a comic book writer putting him out in everybody business. Yeah, that's where it doesn't belong. You don't know about movies. What
Right.
the hell you interfere with these people for? Every time the people turn in a script, you
So
you
bottom
you
line,
you you keep shutting it down. He
Damien
did it.
is
He did it,
saying.
and the thing is,
Damien saying.
and he keeps saying that, oh, he's not racist. Why did Rick Famuyiwa leave the Flash Project?
Yeah.
And then on top of that,
So
you you
bottom
you
line, people. Some people do not know what lane they are in Warner Brothers. We have comic book writers who feel because they were able to do what they did with the CW and DC Universe Online, they feel that everything must go through them. So Jeff Johns ended up being actually co-DC head with John Berg
that
in
was
2000, I
2017,
believe it was
yeah,
2000 and the end of 2016
17,
into 2017, right?
late, yeah.
Yeah. So Jeff Johns, once he became head, he started overseeing all of Zach stuff. You know, Patty Jenkins, he was involved in the Patty Jenkins movie. The Aquaman movie, he was involved in the Aquaman movie. He involved in every single movie, right? Not to say that you wouldn't be executive producer, but he was actually writing for those things. He wrote for Wonder Woman. He wrote for, I'm sure, Justice League 2017 along with Josh Whedon, and he wrote for Aquaman. Mind you, he hijacked Aquaman because the story for Aquaman was not supposed to be that story. He hijacked Aquaman, inserted Black Manta in that movie, and James Wan, he stayed in contact with Zack Snyder, but
Uh, uh,
man, that was a touch
Black
and go right
Manta,
there
yeah.
because Jeff Johns was in everything. Okay, so it's very important. A lot of people don't know, but Jeff Johns actually hurt a lot of these movies. Okay, Wonder Woman, he changed up the ending. Patty Jenkins had to fight for the No Man's Land scene. I'm guessing Jeff Johns didn't agree with her. She was fighting all of them. You understand? To get that scene happening. So I'm just trying to show you guys how much directors have a hard time with people who have no business telling anybody about how a movie runs. These executives, you're there to facilitate. You know what an executive is there for? He's called a producer. You know what that means? He helps you with whatever you need to produce the movie. Then the company's supposed to distribute it. They're not doing their job. They feel they're gods. And this stupid creative, whose name is Jeff Johns, felt he was a god too. Because he built up this reputation and he worked with the CW and he worked with this and he worked with that. So he calls the shots. That is the foolishness that happened in Hollywood. People who do not understand their place, do not understand what they're good at, and can't work with a team because they feel they need to run the team to work with it. And that is what we had, ladies and gentlemen. So I just wanted to say, I want to put those 3 movies together. In fact, I put 4. Suicide Squad, Wonder Woman, Justice League, and Aquaman. All 4 movies were interfered with by that company. And the directors, if they didn't fight for those movies, Patty Jenkins, her movie would have flopped. Because the thing that made that movie was the No Man's Land scene. Period. Right? Everything before that final fight with Ares was good in that movie. Patty Jenkins said the ending was not what she wanted, but she lost that battle. Right? And it was supposed to link up, according to you and many others, Zack Snyder's Justice League, in that the Amazons were supposed to say something is coming. I don't know if you knew about that or you don't know about that. But the end was totally different. Yes.
I heard a story about that. Plus, there was a scene with a droid of a mother box, right? With I think it was the secretary. She ended up fighting with some fellas in the bar, and then she ended up rolling out
that's still
a droid.
Yeah, no.
A droid on the mother box.
Yeah, no, but that was not how it was supposed to.
All right, okay.
No, but that was not how it was supposed to end.
Okay.
No scene that you saw there. But actually, the addition.
I did hear about the with the Amazons, the ending with the Amazons. I did hear about that, right? But the one that I saw was the one with the when the secretary was fighting with the man in the bar, right? And beat up the fella, right? And then she ended up showing the fellas and them the drawing on the mother box, right? So all that was like little cliffhangers they could have inserted into the movie, but Jeff Johns and Toby Emmerich, they didn't want anything to do with Snyder because and I want to explain something to people. The reason why they tamper with Batman vs Superman, Suicide Squad, Wonder Woman, Justice League was because they didn't want a situation that occurred with Christopher Nolan. Because had Zack Snyder, had these movies become successful, right? Zack Snyder could have been calling shots, right? And because of that, what you would end up in a situation is a situation where what happened with James Cameron recently. What you mentioned earlier when Cameron talked about the executives wanted to take out certain things because they find the scene going too long, but he told them that he wanted to see that, and he believed other people will want to see it too, right? So this is what it is. These studio execs wanted to get away from. They believe Zack Snyder would have gotten too big. They knew his movie would have been good. You understand? They don't care. All they care about is power. And the thing is, we're going back to Batman versus Superman. And there's a quote. Listen to me. There's a quote from the African warlord. He said, "Men with power obey neither policy nor principle." Nobody is exempt,
Yep.
right? And
Right.
and and,
Now here's
and
what I'm
that
saying
and
though.
that is the problem. Go
But
ahead.
executives like Greg Silverman, even executives like Alan Horn, those two executives, even if they didn't agree with the director, even guys like Christopher Nolan, who's an executive himself, even if they didn't agree with you, they let you carry out your vision. There are executives out there, mostly old school, who allow directors to live and die by what they do. It's just this new set of new set of executives, these corporate head people who are, they don't understand that you have to put your confidence in the creators. You are an executive. That means you carry out and make it possible
I
for the creator
disagree.
to
I
have
disagree
as
with that.
good a vision as possible.
Until I disagree with you. I believe, as I told you before, right? While you're correct about Greg Silverman and Alan Horn, with regard to this new these new executives, right? They don't care about the talent, right? They believe that whatever they say goes, right? And whatever they mandate, it should happen. And they don't want for somebody who's supposed to be beneath them to come and tell them what to do. And that is what it is happening, right? Because they are the ones who in charge of the company, right? So I have
what I'm saying to you is you have to understand what I'm saying, because I don't want the fans and the people listening to be confused. I am saying that what an executive is. I'm not saying now what they are doing. I'm saying what their mindset is. I'm saying what an executive is. A perfect example of that would be Greg Silverman, Alan Horn. Notice the names I'm mentioning. Alan Horn, and several other executives I've seen. Okay, they are exemplify what an executive is. An executive will tell you this. The proper executives, they facilitate. An executive facilitates. So they want the company to run as smoothly as possible. They want the creatives to be as comfortable as possible. They want the best possible product, and they understand that the creatives create the product. All they are there to do is facilitate. You know who's another very great executive? Charles Roven. He does not interfere with the process. So you, as a director now, live and die. So if you get a bad reputation, that's on you. Everything's on you now. You live and die by your creation. That's how it's supposed to be. Now, how it is today is we got people who don't know shit about the whole industry. They don't know shit about the creative process, trying to control the creative process. That is what we're ending up with. So we have square pegs in wrong holes, trying to be in wrong holes. So we have Jeff Johns, who you're a brilliant writer. You're a writer. That's what you do, right? You write comic books. You're not so great at writing movies unless somebody already give you a story. If the person give you a story, you can write it. But you developing your own story for movies, I ain't talking TV, movies, you don't do good at it. You just don't. Sorry. They'll borrow your draft from your stories and stuff, but you trying to manage that and no, you're just not good at it. You're not good at it. So stay out. You are there to get consultation. They consult you on this and they consult you on that. That's what when it comes to running DC and those things, that's not your forte. So he's not in his lane. He doesn't stay in his lane. He's power hungry. He's trying to get this DC Marvel. You know how long this guy wanted a DC Marvel crossover? That's what he wants. Jeff Johns want a DC Marvel crossover. That's what he wants. But he don't know shit how to do it. We could have had a DC Marvel crossover already. We could have had Justice League 2017. That could have come and gone. We'd have had Cyborg movie. We'd have had the Green Lanterns movie. We'd have had that intergalactic stuff going on and New Gods. And then we'd have had the DC Marvel crossover right about now. But the clown doesn't know how to play his role. He doesn't know how to stay in his lane.
Pain boy,
And these stupid
pain
execs
boy,
the same thing. You
pain,
would have
just
had your
pain.
marbles. You decided, no, we want to go this way. We want to move as far away from Zack Snyder and BVS as possible. All right then. How is that going? How's that working out for you? How's that working out? It's working out great, isn't it?
Let me continue with that story. Now, when we reached, I think with Josh Whedon and the fact that Josh Whedon sat, Jeff Johns brought in Josh Whedon and they was meddling and they were trying to, and then the studio was trying to get Snyder to cut down the movie. Then there tragedy struck, right? And Snyder's daughter committed suicide.
They wanted Snyder to do
right?
They wanted that
right?
Justice
They
League
wanted them
movie.
to cut down the movie. Repeat that. I didn't hear what you said.
They wanted a 2-hour Justice League.
Yeah, that was crazy.
2-hour Justice League movie.
2 hours. 2 hours. That craziness. How it is a movie with 6 characters, right? The biggest, so 6 of the biggest characters in the world, in comics, and you want to condense them down to 2 hours? They had to be mad. You needed at least 3 hours to tell that story, a proper story, right? So you forced Ben Affleck off the project, right? Brought in Matt Reeves, damn opportunist. I don't like him at all, and that is why he reaping what it is reaping now with the whole Batman date controversy. It's good for him. It's good for him. I don't care, right? You take Patty Jenkins' movie. No, Patty Jenkins' movie was supposed to have a scene where Ares was supposed to get big, like in the animation, right? They cut all of that. It was supposed to be epic on an epic scale because it's gods fighting, right? Wonder Woman is a god, right? What is it doing, right? But I tell you, the thinking, the mindset of these people. You understand? The mindset of these people at Warner Brothers. That's why Diane Nelson had to come out and say about Jeff Johns, he's no friend of mine, right? And then she disappeared off of Twitter. You understand? Right?
Because Diane
coming
Nelson,
down, Snyder's daughter commit suicide.
I just want to say there are a couple people out there that Jim Lee's a genuine exec, Diane Nelson's a genuine exec. These are good people. I don't care what people say. Yes, Jim Lee's right working with with James Gunn right now. He's supposed to. That's his job. All right, he's going to work with whoever's there. He's not here. But what I'm saying is, these were genuine people. These were good people. Right? They're not holding any bias against anybody. They will facilitate and help. You're supposed to facilitate. When you're executive, you're facilitating. Right? That's what you're supposed to do so you can get your team player. You can't be just, I'm the boss. Yeah, you have the final say on certain things, but you're a team player. You know what I mean? And it's sad because, like I said before, for the fans out there and the people who are watching this thing, understand people were not playing their roles. And if anything, you can't blame the creators for what happened. You have to sometimes look at the company itself. And obviously, the creators have come and gone. They've come and gone, and look at how the company's performing. Still terrible, poorly. Meaning that the choices are happening at the executive level. You can't blame the directors. You wouldn't just have a series of films flopping like that. No. It's not the directors are bad. I don't agree with that. It's the choices and decision making of the executive of the company, and that's the problem. But anyway, so we reach Matt Reeves Batman for some reason. We skip a lot of things, right? We skip Justice League.
Yeah, well,
we skip Justice League.
It's a whole.
We skip Aquaman. We skip Aquaman. Though. You can't skip Aquaman. We want to go in chronology. Just go ahead. Justice League, Aquaman. We just
we still in 2017. We still in first half of 2017. All this I'm telling you about
Yeah.
happening in 2017, late 2016, early 2017, right?
So let me something,
Jeff John.
because if yeah, let me just say
Right.
this and then Damien takes it over. So people will understand. The way how this thing went was like this: BVS, then the Suicide Squad, then we had Wonder Woman. That was the next movie. Then we had Justice League, which was the next movie, and then we had Aquaman, was the next movie. Now, what was supposed to happen was after League, Justice League was supposed to flow into The Batman, which was supposed to be Ben Affleck's movie. So Ben Affleck was actually preparing, and I was actually trying to prepare a script for the Batman movie, which Jay Oliver saw. Okay, so it's very clear. I would just want people to know when he's talking about Matt Reeves and the Batman, and he goes there, it's because that was one of the movies that was upcoming, the Batman movie, which comes off of Zack Snyder's Justice League. The Justice League movie that got made, that might confuse you. So when we talk about Matt Reeves, what happened was Ben Affleck, now that this Justice League didn't have his Batman scene in there, leading to his movie, had to figure out a way to write that movie now so that it wasn't just be a standalone, isolated movie. And Jeff Johns at the time was leader of DC. He was a DC head, and he was all up in Ben Affleck's Batman movie. So he started putting pressure on Ben Affleck, just like how he put pressure on Zack Snyder. And that's why Ben Affleck left the passion. That was a passion project of Ben Affleck. He left it. Joe Manganiello, he teased Joe Manganiello. Remember that? Before the Justice League movie, he had teased Joe Manganiello because that movie was supposed to come.
There's a video with that.
Supposed to push off that movie, a Flash movie, and also I believe Justice League 2 with the New Gods thing. Because let me shut up. So wow, I almost that was crazy. All right, yeah. Anyway, so
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that just push up a bunch of movies. That's the important thing to remember. Oh, that could have been bad.
Yeah. So
anyway,
that's okay. No, listen, right? No, the problem coming down was, all right. Oh gosh, Snyder just lost his daughter, right? Back off now. Them still starting to put. They were still trying to put pressure on Snyder, right? Toby Emmerich, Jeff Johns, they were still trying to put pressure on him, right? Why would you do something like that to somebody who just lost a loved one in such a manner? You understand? Where's the humanity? And the thing is, people telling us, no, and I want you to listen, people telling us now that when we posting that are we being toxic and how we shouldn't be toxic. Warner Brothers started this bullshit. You understand? And the minions and the obscure Twitter handles that they have, the people coming after Snyder fans and saying the most vile shit to stir people for them to reply. And I'm begging people, if you're ever watching this video, I want you to tell you something. And I posted it earlier. You all are being baited into a response so that they could go back and so they could go to the news articles to say, look and see, Snyder fans are they're toxic. So don't give them nothing, right? Don't reply to them. Once you realize they're going down a certain road, like for instance, this fool coming to argue with me about which movie was the #1 movie in 2021. Zack Snyder's Justice League came out in March. No Way Home came out in December, right? Zack Snyder's Justice League was consistently #1 on streaming for the whole year. At some point, at some place, if it might be dropped down, it didn't leave the top 10, right? No Way Home was only number one for a few weeks, right after the release. After that, people forgot about that
Yes.
movie, right? Where they going with that?
Yes.
And on top of that, it was in December month. When I say number one for in year 2021, Zack Snyder's Justice League blew everything out of the water. And further, the reason why the studio again is
Well,
about manipulation, and this is why I keep focusing on Christopher Nolan. I want you to listen to this. The whole thing, I keep focusing on Christopher Nolan because they do not want a situation where another person like Christopher Nolan controlling the as I say, the tail wagging the dog situation, right? Because they tell themselves they're supposed to be the ones in control, right? And whatever they say goes, right? So the reason why they didn't release Zack Snyder's Justice League in cinemas wasn't because of any pandemic. It wasn't because of the pandemic. Because other movies was released in cinemas, and Zack Snyder even said himself that he was willing to put an intermission, and it would have been historic for a movie, and it would have been a repeat of what have happened in years past. Because we used to watch two movies,
well,
right? Years ago, we used to see two movies in cinema, right?
easy.
I remember you used to go and watch two movies, right? Two movies used to go and watch in cinema. So what would have happened? Hear me. What would have happened was the intermission would have made the movie feel as if it was two movies I was watching, but it would have been. But the time would have run so fast because Zack Snyder's Justice League, because of entertainment value, the movie flow real fast, and the movie would have. Yeah, go ahead.
James Cameron's Avatar Water is 3 hours and 30 something minutes. Okay? And it's in cinema. And what is it doing? Is it making money or is it making money? I think it's the fourth highest.
$2 billion, over $2 billion. Right,
okay.
So you, because of pettiness,
okay. So there
you could have been. And you know what the funny thing about that is? You know what the funny thing about that movie is? That movie would have made that money, you know. And it would have been only cost them $70 million. And that would have been the joke.
I'm telling
Imagine
you,
they complain about giving extra money to Zack Snyder's Justice League. Right? That's how you man.
Listen,
imagine you give $70 million to finish Zack Snyder's Justice League, right? Yeah, man. You're giving $70 million to finish Zack Snyder's Justice League. And it end up making $2 billion. They would have feel sick. They would have feel sick. Then now we can't talk to Zack Snyder. You understand?
No.
That is why they didn't release the cinemas.
Easy. $1 billion easy. Not going past $1 billion easy. Why? Because it's rewatchable. It's an epic, and people would love it. In fact, people can't even get enough of it. So that easily passing $1 billion. Easy. They have $1 billion right now in the pocket if they want. The haircut, you put that out, crossing $1 billion easy. Because why? It's a demand film. You have the market there. It's people just sitting down waiting, just waiting. What? Is it what? Pew! Snyder fans alone, 500 million right there. 500 million guys.
Let me say something. and also too, you have to remember. I will hear this. I don't know more volume. It also too, you remember the round table that Warner Brothers had some years ago? No, Warner Brothers, the different directors. And Toby Emmerich was on. Remember the comment Toby Emmerich said about having good movies and shelving them?
Yep.
Right? That was a dig at Snyder. That was a dig at Snyder. And the thing is, Toby Emmerich hired James Gunn. I
But
don't
he
believe
didn't
in
hire.
coincidences, you know.
Well, yeah, he did
He
hire James Gunn
hired
for the
James
Suicide
Gunn.
Squad, but he wanted James Gunn for Superman. He wanted James Gunn for Superman. That's what he wanted for. He wanted him for the Superman movie.
Hey, listen to me. Listen to me. It had no coincidences here, right?
But
Malone,
what
move
I want
for
to
you.
say though,
There's
what
no,
I want to say is that these,
there are no coincidences here, because at the end of the day, um, these people and them plan the thing from early, and they planted seeds, as I told you earlier. They planted seeds all along the way, so that at no point Snyder could come back and and continue his story. But what they fail what they fail to understand is that DC is also a multiverse. It have different versions of a character, different Superman, different Batman, you know, in different universes. So for them to come and tell us, no, they can't continue this Snyderverse, it is ludicrous. You have Matt Reeves,
yeah, but
you have
the other
James
thing they
Gunn
missed,
version.
then,
Give me a second, I want to just drink some water.
yeah,
Hold
yeah, sure. I just want to add, while you're going to drink, that
Let's go.
they miscalculated, Damien, and for the people out there, they miscalculated the fans and the audience. And, again, these executives seem to be rookies in this thing, and guys like Greg Silverman, who lost his job, should have been there. I'm glad Alan Horn is there at least. Alan Horn has a lot of experience. He'll understand, and no matter what direction he's ordering in things, he's going to let people do their thing. He's more of a consultant. But if I was, Alan Horn would probably say, if the audience is not vibing this, then we need to go a different direction, right? That's how Alan Horn would advise somebody. Because Alan Horn, Greg Silverman, who does I said somebody else, I can't remember who, Christopher Nolan even, they understand and appreciate the audience. They understand whatever decisions they have to make, it's the audience that actually either accepts it or doesn't accept it. And what Warner Brothers, the executives of Warner Brothers, do not understand and do not seem to come to grips with is that the audience put a mandate on Restore the Snyderverse. The audience requested sequels. This is not just Snyder fans. Like you said yourself, it goes beyond Snyder fans now. This thing went mainstream. And so people are asking, the audience, you have a ready audience for Zack Snyder's Justice League. You have a ready audience for any sequel of just Zack Snyder's Justice League. They're just sitting down there, thing to happen. The moment that happens, everything goes nuts. In other words, if they don't do that, here's what they're doing. They're shooting themselves in the leg and they're going to destroy their company. With very little help from us. We're talking this boycott Warner Brothers, and we'll talk about different initiatives, Zack Snyder's Justice League to Netflix. Or we'll talk about the initiatives in this video, hopefully, if you have time. But suffice it to say, these set of executives are missing the boat. They're missing the boat. And don't come with no SJW thing, because I know they want to push the SJW thing with the authority, eh? Go and check out the authority. You'll see what I'm talking about. But you're going to upset your audience, and they're not going to disengage from you, and they'll go elsewhere. This is not rocket science, but if that's what you want, then fine. I mean, you're in charge of your IPs, but at the end of the day, people are just going to leave, and they're going to go wherever the IPs are available. And it's not going to destroy the comic book industry, because we still have Amazon with Warhammer coming out. We have Transformers coming out. We have Netflix with the Sandman, and so on and so on. So there are IPs, DC and otherwise, which are just going to flip. That's the way the industry will go. They're trying to. If you think you're going to try and kill off the comic book industry, you have another thing coming. You know what I mean? So what I am saying to them is, any exec out there, or anybody who's in authority inside of any company that does entertainment, I know a lot of people have these ego trips and stuff, but y'all need to get over that shit. And you need to understand who your boss is. It's the people who put their hard-earned money into your stuff. And in social media era, this social media era, people who put money into things, they're getting more and more power. And you ain't gonna like it, but it is what it is. Because they can communicate directly with the companies now. And they can express and they can coordinate with each other and they can talk with each other like we are doing right now. So that means if you don't get your shit together, guess what? The audience will move on to something that's more interesting to them. And you will be left high and dry to rot in hell. That's just the way how it goes. So
I wanna say
possible.
something.
You know, straight
There's
as
two
possible.
things I want to talk about. I want to talk about two things. The first is about the sell Snyderverse to Netflix and the faction of the fandom that came up with it. And two, Warner Brothers not wanting to accede to our request. Now, let me just slow down my volume because I find it.
Because this
Sometimes it's have an echo now. As guys echo.
We'll wrap up
All right,
this.
so all right now.
Oh my
bad.
Before you.
All right now,
that,
what happened? No, it's me. It's me. I didn't. My voice heavy now, and when I talk, I just.
Pull up.
You hear me?
Yeah, no, but we need to wrap up this topic here, and then we move on, right? Just wrapping up this topic here, wrapping it up. So you remember we had the Hamadaverse. You see, we got to get this on track because people need to be clear. There was the Snyderverse. The Snyderverse was tampered with all the way right after BVS. It was tampered all the way to Aquaman. So that's something we can clear up. And then we had the Hamadaverse. I'll wrap it up real quick. So the Hamadaverse basically started with Shazam. It's still ongoing, and Shazam was the only successful movie in the Hamadaverse in terms of box office. Everything else flopped up to Black Adam. And now we're going to have Shazam again, Shazam 2. They're hoping that will stay afloat. It may not. And then after that, we'll have the Flash movie. This is a movie with tremendous problems. Many hands was in it. Many different people had many different directions for this movie. All kinds of things was going on. Ezra Miller was going nuts because of what was happening with the movie. So,
that's how I'm thinking about Ezra Miller. No, hear me out there. No, that everything you see.
Yeah, we know the story. I'm just tripping out.
Yeah, I don't subscribe to the labeling of Ezra Miller. Ezra Miller might be weird, but to say he's a criminal, no. And I disagree with that. And the thing is, there was an agenda to cancel him because somebody wanted that Flash role, right? Because the thing is, Zack Snyder, what people don't understand is Zack Snyder paved the way for a lot of people in Hollywood and he had to go as far back as 300. Because of 300, all these movies that you see, all these TV series and things that you're seeing happening now, right? 300 and Watchmen, you're able to get more graphic, more action, more directors. It is as if a switch flip in the head, right? And they saw the light. It's like when Snyder said, after you see Watchmen, you understand, you lose your opportunity on Watchmen. You can't go back, right? And this is what happened. And they can't deal with it, right? There's a lot of these studio execs when they're dealing with talent and this new talent coming through because they're inspired by another director who would have been super talented, who did something that they love and they want to do something just as amazing. They have a problem and they want to make them do something generic. That is why Netflix grabbing up all of these talent, these different talents and allowing them to do what they want. That is why Netflix is just going to blow past everybody.
Yeah,
you understand?
Yeah.
You understand? And Warner Brothers, and I'm saying this to Warner Brothers, and I want them to hear this. Warner Brothers, it had no discussion about whether if you will sell Snyderverse to Netflix. right? Time running out. The 14th, we threaten an event, right? We give telling you, a week after, if we ain't hear nothing, we coming after all you. Right? It had no writing. I was gonna thinking about writing letters and things, but that's a wasting time with that. We coming after you, we coming after James Gunn. It will be a nasty smear campaign. I'm telling only one time. I am going to be the head of that smear campaign. You understand? I prepared to put on my dress, and my big hat on my head. Once you see that, know what time it is. And I have my shades. Listen, my shades already. So know what time it is. Is Madame Toxic coming? I told you. Right? Good.
Hold on. I'm not saying that it's a necessary campaign. We don't need to go that far. But I will say this. Definitely you guys got skeletons in the closet, and we are definitely, I'm already on it. I'm definitely pulling out those skeletons and letting everybody see what it is. This is why we even having this stream. I want people to get a clear picture of what is going on. So let me just continue here. So yes, you have the Flash movie. That's coming next. And then in the Hamadaverse, we also have Blue Beetle. Now let me just say, Shazam, Blue Beetle, and Aquaman, which will be the next movie. These are all Peter Safran movies. Yes, the co-head of DC is actually also producing the movies that you're seeing here, which is why they didn't get canceled. Batgirl got canceled on a dime. She didn't get canceled, man. What? Right? Because it wasn't a Peter Safran movie. Okay? Henry Cavill's out. Ben Affleck's on his way out because they're not Peter Safran people. Just let you know. It's the old boys club up in there. So, but those movies are actually part of the Hamadaverse. They're not the Gunverse, even though James Gunn is speaking about them highly. He's going to be promoting them, and he's also going to use them to transition into his Gunverse. Actually, they are not Gunverse movies. They are Hamadaverse movies. Now, the thing about it is, all of these movies, there's not much difference between them and the movies that came before. So that's why there's not a very high interest right now. And then the biggest character in DC that was bigged up by both The Rock and Zack Snyder, the one, the only Superman, Henry Cavill, people just got deflated. A lot of DC fans got deflated by that. There is no other name to replace Cavill. So we can't even look and compare and say, well, okay, so this is why this has suddenly become a DC issue. And why this is not just Zack Snyder issue anymore. This is bigger than Zack Snyder now. This is DC because DC fans actually got affected by this. And since then, I tell you personally,
I didn't mention that. I want to interject.
Hold on. A number of DC fans, not just Zack Snyder fans now, have been coming to me on Facebook, okay, on Twitter, and one DC fan who was so angry that James Gunn fired, and he's on Twitter actually, that he started to do innumerous tweets on it, and I crossed paths with him, and he crossed paths with me, and he's behind boycott Warner Brothers. He's like, boycott that place. He said, how can they do this? Right? So he's over himself with that. And then on
I want to interject one thing.
Don't even like Zack.
I want to interject one thing. You see, you don't get 1.5 million retweets of a hashtag from just a fan, from just one fan, from just the fandom alone, right? It has to be external interest. So for Warner Brothers to say no, you have no more Snyderverse, you put it a target. They actually put a target on themselves, right? And people will realize that here what The fans were right because you done make the movie was done a big hit, right? So people now saying, "Oh my God, this thing's so amazing. Why Warner Bros. Don't continue this?" Hashtag Restore the Snyderverse, and that is why Twitter goated the Restore the Snyderverse hashtag, right? It was goated. It is the world record holder, and people don't understand that. And that's why we should be using that hashtag, the one with the goated hashtag, right? Right? So for anybody else to come and say, well, that has negative connotations like what they're trying to do and create a separate fandom, only be able to self me, please. Right? I'm talking only know only self, I go call only name because we just get along good. Right? I think I call only name once in a tweet, but I go do that again, but I just let all know. But let's see this video. This is one fandom, right? Only try the best to me, please. Right? Don't try to divide the fandom, create a new movement as some of you all would want to talk about. It's disrespectful to the ones who came before, right? We blaze the trail for all to get the Snyder cut. No, try the best. At different points, different people will take the lead, right? But to say it's a new movement and they want to separate itself from the hashtag Story Snyderverse, it's disrespectful.
Right.
It can have the same
So I just
effect.
want
It's the same fandom,
exactly,
right?
exactly, correct.
All right, go
I
ahead.
wanted to say that. I wanted to say that because we actually covered the Snyderverse, the Hamadaverse, and the Gunverse. Now the Gunverse, James Gunn showed some of his slate, right? I don't want to go into his slate too much because I don't really want to discuss his stuff. But suffice it to say, the feedback I got on it from most of the fans and most of the audience was a sort of disinterest. So right now, DC is very lukewarm. People are like, maybe I will, maybe I won't, which means you won't. You probably won't go and see those movies. So the future for DC,
Christopher Reeves, Christopher Reeves
that's
again?
no
Oh well, maybe
right.
next time. Maybe next time. You know, maybe next time. It's Christopher Reeves. Oh, maybe next time. Oh, because it's same design as the Superman logo from the long ago Superman logo, and like unoriginal. You have a Superman right in front of you. You have a new logo with imagine you have a Superman with Kryptonian writing on the S. You understand? You never had that before. You understand? Zack Snyder revolutionized Superman. He gave Superman
Oh yeah.
the suit. Imagine he even show you why the suit the underwear wouldn't work. And it even makes sense because it goes back to the strongman era. We no longer in the
Right.
strongman era. Why superheroes still wearing their underpants over their pants? This is wrong. You understand?
Right.
It should never
Exactly.
happen.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Yeah,
so
go
a
ahead.
lot of people are disinterested. So a lot, like you said so correctly, a lot of people are disinterested in Gun Slate. Unfortunately, um, you know,
Very.
I never really hated Gun per se, right? I'm not a Gun, but I did like Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. It was my Looney Tunes, like I said
Hey,
before.
hey.
Um, I know you don't like it, but I'm just saying I am more a DC fan anyway.
It's all
But
right. I know it's
I'm just
yeah,
saying
and like
James
it was
Gunn
okay.
typifies.
It was okay.
What I mean to say is this, so you'll understand. James Gunn is Mr. Marvel himself. He typifies what Marvel is. If you want to see a true Marvel movie, you go watch a James Gunn movie. The Russo brothers, they're not so much Marvel. They actually have story. They actually have what's the word I'm looking for? Structure, right? Of course, they love Zack Snyder, But James Gunn, when you think of Marvel, you think of jokes. When you think of Marvel, you think of certain emotional moments. When you think of Marvel, you think of a little bit of edginess and craziness, right? And James Gunn literally embodies that with his movies. Guardians of the Galaxy, to me, if you want to see, so Mr. Marvel came to DC. Because remember, these execs want Marvel. They have openly said it now, right? Back in the days when I was getting criticized for saying Aquaman's being Marvelized, and people was like, nah, he's not gonna. I said they're going in the direction of Marvel, and I don't like the direction they're going in. They didn't say it. They didn't express it like that. But now they're openly expressing it with David Zaslav. They're openly hiring people from Marvel to get Marvel. And under Hamada, we literally saw James Gunn come to the play. People were saying we're going to do a good job with Suicide Squad. And what happened to that movie? It flopped. All the people who say they're big Guns fans and everything didn't go see the movie. Why? So all this chip, talk, but you ain't going into the cinema to see the movie? If you're so passionate about Marvel, you're so passionate about James Gunn, why wouldn't you go to the cinema and see his movie? Right? So, movie flopped. Right? Now they're talking about HBO Max. Nobody cares about HBO Max. The bulk of money is made in the cinemas still to this day. Right? So now James Gunn is in charge of Marvel DC because he actually has a Marvel movie coming out, and then he's going to be in charge of DC. He's in charge of both. Well, not in charge of Marvel, but. And the thing about it is, here he is putting out this Marvelized slate. Do you see that? Do you see it's a Marvel slate, right? You realize that, right?
This is horrible. It's horrible. You can't be telling, you can't be after, you can't tell me. And the thing is that, you know the nasty lie, and I believe he went over Pam and Abby and Luca went over the head and went straight to Zaslav and talking about how Black Adam didn't do well. Yeah. But and totally neglect Zack Snyder's Justice League. So you had a whole year to get that out of people's mind, right? Because the hype didn't just die down, you know. And if you watch, the hype for Zack Snyder's Justice League started in 2020, you know. You go back and watch the Warner Brothers stock?
Yeah, that's when.
It's proof. When the announcement happened, that is when Warner Brothers stock went up, you know.
Yeah, we know.
Right? Warner Brothers stock went up. And the minute
started to go up, yeah.
The minute the studio started to resist,
yeah, that's why when I hear people say
it started to slide.
It wasn't Wonder Woman. Yeah, Zack Snyder's Justice League launched HBO Max, and basically Ann Sarnoff killed the momentum. It was going to go up and up and up and up, and Ann Sarnoff just came in and just destroyed everything. That's what I'm trying to say to you. That these people were held by
Why would I mean, how do you go about sabotaging your own franchise? It's ridiculous.
Because they're executives. They think they know everything. And on top of that, you have to understand something else. There's something very, very important that I haven't said, which is that the majority of executives in that company actually think the same way as those guys. So even if you were to replace another executive with another one, even if Zaslav and them were to leave, right, and you just had WB executives there, and you put one there, they would have the same sort of thought process like Emmerich and those guys. They are all thinking, most of them are thinking like that. Like we said,
right?
From the beginning, Zack Snyder was a...
Anson, I did make a tweet recently, right? I did make a tweet recently where I say that with the way Warner Brothers going, if I save enough money, I will have enough, I will put $100 the way how the economy in Trinidad is, right? Things hard in Trinidad. So what I gotta do, I'm gonna save up like dollar here now, and by the end of the year, I go over $100. I'll be able to buy Warner Brothers, right? I'll be able to buy Warner Brothers because it's stupid. You understand? Oh, it is you.
Right now, I think
Oh, it is you could sabotage, try to self sabotage. You understand? They wouldn't last. They wouldn't be able to release any of those movies on that slate. You understand? They would have to sell the company, right?
Detroit
They will have to sell the company,
like that. So you have a
right?
herd mentality.
Right? I am not playing. I'm here as I tell you, right? The toxicity is rising. It is rising and rising and rising and rising. Oh my God, it's way over my head. I can't take it. I need to breathe. Boycott!
Well,
You understand? It's so much. Let me
what I
tell you
say,
something.
right?
It's only so much a one person
That's
can take before they lash out. And that's what I'm trying to show people. You cannot disrespect big people, paying customers, and want them to buy into what it is you have. It is ridiculous. And Warner
but
Brothers is not going to get away with
that's
this,
the thing. So
right? They are not,
we
right?
know
So
that.
it's the ultimatum
I
we're
mean,
doing here now. It's either you sell Snyderverse to
well, even
Netflix
without,
or boycott. You understand? It's simple. It had
right?
no
So
discussion.
we
It
have
had no
if you
talk. Either sell
yeah,
Snyderverse to
yeah,
Netflix, right? Unless Snyder
right.
get the
If you
people
look
to
at
do the thing, at least people will buy
yeah,
in. And the thing is, this will work out for Warner Brothers, you know. We're not telling them this because we don't want them to succeed, you know. We're telling them we
yeah,
want you to succeed. We want you to branch off. Because at the end of the day, DC is a multiverse, right? And once you understand that, you will understand that you're able to expand on, you'll have the different Superman, right? You will have the different Batman. You understand? So at least the universe will
but
grow.
James Gunn
You understand? And people will get
saying that
invested.
you have one actor playing multiple roles in animation, games, live action, and TV. How the hell that's happening? I don't even know. It sounds crazy. You know, like this topic is saying, we're actually in this topic, studio choice versus audience demand. Basically, what you just said, and I'm gonna let you cook on this now at length, because he was actually cooking on it, is there's a disconnect between the executive arm of Warner Brothers and their. This is the problem, right? And you can elaborate more on that disconnect.
No, the
What their
studio.
audience wants. Of everything.
I think you're breaking up, Anson. You're dropping in and out.
Okay. Shoot.
Yeah, you're breaking up. You might want to repeat that last part for me because I didn't quite hear what you said. Anson, I didn't quite hear the last part of what you just said because I only hear the laughter now. Right? So if you could just repeat that last
Okay,
part for
sorry
me.
about that. So
Yeah.
I just and
Anson?
elaborate the map. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, I hear you know. Better now.
right. Studio choice versus audience demand. This is what we're talking about right now.
Yeah. All right.
You heard me?
No.
Can you hear me?
No. I hear studio choice versus audience demand. And that's the last thing I hear.
Great.
All right, so I can
Yes.
continue. All right. Now it's simple, you know. DC is a multiverse. Let send the Snyderverse. You don't want anything to do with the Snyderverse. Send it across by Netflix. If make a deal, say here was the scene. You don't want Snyder to release anything in the cinemas. You only want Snyderverse on Netflix. Fine. Let me get on let's keep it on Netflix. You understand? At least we will still get the movies. You understand? You understand? At least think say something about it. You understand? At least the father will say, hey, well, at least we still get the movie. You understand? We will get that side, we will get everything we want. You understand? We might be able to get
Right.
it seated in the cinemas, but at the same time, we'll still get it. You understand? The point is,
Right.
we want these movies made. You understand? The story needs to be completed. You can't stop midway in between and expect people to be satisfied. This is one of the greatest stories ever told. You understand? And you stop midway,
Right.
right? This is wrong.
Right.
Warner Brothers,
That is what.
Warner Brothers
So that
need
is what
to
Snyder.
really check
Right.
themselves.
So
And
this.
even if they could allow Netflix to release this movie in cinemas so that they too could get profits off of this these movies, right? Schedule them
Okay.
so in between
All
your
right.
movies
So
and their movies, so at least they can promote each other. You understand? On each other's platform.
right. Right.
You understand?
Right.
I
Right. So
can't be
basically,
selfish. But
right.
if
So
these things, if they
basically,
want to be
sell
selfish, all right,
sell
go.
Snyderverse to Netflix. The bottom line you're saying is sell the Snyderverse to Netflix, and that is for Snyder fans and for people who are interested in Snyder, Zack Snyder's Justice League, that sort of thing, right?
Snyder fans
Sell
and the people
uh
who help make hashtag restore the Snyderverse 1.2 billion 1.2 million retweets. You see the 1.2 million retweets of
correct
restore the Snyderverse. It's what it is the reason is the main
1.5.
reason why 1.5 million is the reason why you're selling Snyderverse to Netflix. If you can't do that,
Correct.
if you don't want to sell it anywhere, if you decide you're not doing it, prepare for a boycott. End that story. And it's just
Right.
boycott. Coming with
Right.
a nasty smear campaign. And guess what? James Gunn, we have plenty evidence on James Gunn. So keep going where you're going with James Gunn and see if when they will get any of their movies made. Imagine only wait, anyhow, let me not say nothing yet. Let me not say nothing yet. Wait until
Right.
after the 14th and then the
Right.
following week.
Mostly
Then if they don't announce anything, then we will come after them. We give them enough time.
right. Right. So that is for now typically I just want to the Snyderverse people and DC people. So what you just said, where we're talking about sell the Snyderverse to Netflix or sell the Snyderverse to Comcast or Amazon or just put it in somebody else's hands. You say the Snyderverse, you're not dealing with it anymore, fine. Then if you're not dealing with it, give somebody who wants to deal with it. Right? That's the bottom line, which is a good idea, and I support it. Right? Um,
Yeah.
Now, for DC fans out there who are not necessarily Snyderverse fans or didn't ask for Restore the Snyderverse, what would be your message to them? Because you're now invested in Restore the Snyderverse. But what about the DC fans who are disenchanted? They don't like what's happening. They're discouraged. They don't know what to make of this situation. They're confused. What do you have to say to them?
All right. Now we have enough time between now and all right. First, talk to the non-Snyder fans, right? Now, listen to me, Olin, right? We didn't come here to hijack DC, right? We love DC. right? And we want DC to
But
prosper. We understand that DC is a multiverse, right? So you could have different characters, different representations of the same characters, right? So James Gunn could have his Superman, right? And we will support it. At the end of the day, I mean, it may not be like what we like, but you will still come out and you go watch it. You will come out, you will spend your money, you will watch the movie, right? And at the same time, we will get what we want, right? We will spend our money. You understand? If you want people to participate in what you're doing, you give them, you gradually break them in. You understand? It things that you want them to see. And to make, but at the same time, you must create quality. You understand? Don't mind. It might be something humorous, but it must be quality. You understand? It must and don't try to stray too far from what it is happened before, because at the end of the day, the Snyderverse is the gold standard. Don't get what Snyderverse and the Dark Knight trilogy is the gold standard. Whether you like it or not, they are the gold standard, right? But you could still have pepper it with a little humor if it is that you want to have a levity, because Zack Snyder just actually was successful in doing that, right? People could say what they want,
definitely.
but it's just it had everything humor, um, everything seriousness,
Drama,
joy,
humor, action.
drama. You understand? A epic
Yeah,
finale. You understand?
epic.
Music to make your heart soar, make you fall in love. You
Yes.
understand? As I mentioned, fall in love. I love the scene with Ezra Miller and the Flash, Barry Allen and Iris West, when he save Iris West.
Oh yeah.
You understand? The music started to play.
Right, right,
The,
right.
s- the sirens, the siren song. You understand? I just pull my heart out, and it's like I when they say, "Let me
Man,
hold you." I mean, I was like, "Oh my God!" Oh God, it's like I fall in love all over again. You understand? I mean, you can't get better than that. I mean, I mean, it's debatable, but I mean, for me, I find it was so beautiful, and
right.
Warner Brothers, they can't just say, well, all right, well, we give all what all you want, now leave us alone, get away from here. Well, if that is your attitude,
Right.
we shall spread the word to others to spend their money elsewhere. You understand? You can't disrespect people and
Right.
expect to get nice things. No, you don't, right? And Sanoff,
I
I
want to just.
remember
I want to say
when
this.
just now,
Yeah.
when Aunt Sanoff came in
You
the
go ahead.
first time, I remember Will Rollins and them carry send flowers and things for this woman. You
Okay.
understand? And for
Sign
she
off.
to do
Yeah.
Styler fans, what did she do Styler fans? It just ridiculous. It's abominable. It just low class. And then on top of that, James Gunn now, after all of them gone, he want to continue exactly what it is they're doing, which is which I believe James Gunn knew fully well all along what was going on and what was going to happen. And saying this, James Gunn, let me leave that alone. I mentioned it on Twitter, but I will hold up on that, saying
Right.
that for now. You see, after the week after the 14th, and they don't do
Yeah.
anything, then then we will start to throw missiles at them,
Okay.
because this is not a joke, right? Ray Fisher, Ray Fisher risked his
Well, I just want,
career.
yeah,
Yeah? Ray Fisher risked his career. You understand?
right.
Just to come out and stand up and talk. Imagine you have a comic book writer talking about you can't have an angry black or no, a director talking about you can't have an angry black man in the movie. What the hell is that? Yeah?
Right, right. But
Disgusting.
we
I
see
don't
Ray
know.
Fisher's real. We saw his.
Yeah, go ahead, go
Yeah,
ahead.
we saw Ray Fisher's real performance. um, We saw his real performance in Zack Snyder's Justice League, and I gotta say, hell of a
Exactly.
performance. So, the thing about it is, it seems as though they pull out the best parts of Zack Snyder's Justice League, to put this other stuff that replaced it, which is just terrible. And again, when you're dealing with a director like Zack Snyder, um, you're gonna get really good stuff, you know. And usually, this is I think what ticks off the fans since BVS is that when you see the cut that Zack Snyder wanted, and you see all those scenes that didn't make the cut, right? Didn't make the theatrical cut. It gets you so perturbed. And then when you saw Zack Snyder's Justice League, that was nothing like Justice League that we saw in 2017. It was glorious with extra gloriousness in it. You'd be like, what is going on with this company? You'd be actually scratching your head like, what is wrong with these people? Because there's, like I said before, there's a disconnect between the people who run the company and the audience. There's just a total disconnect. And so they are, in Hollywood there, and they're listening to the people and the pundits out there, and they have really nobody on the ground really getting the feel for what the audience wants. Whereas with Kevin Feige, he actually knows what his audience wants, and he's able to deliver that. But we don't have Kevin Feige like guy. The guy that was Kevin Feige, they fired. So what we have is Zack Snyder understands what the majority of DC fans want. And he's a guy who does not let you sit in your seat comfortable. He's going to make you challenge certain things and find out really what this character or what this superhero really is and what it really represents. And
Oh yeah.
because of that,
And up discussion.
because of that, time they're called classics because people are going to always talk about these movies. They're always going to, because these movies are controversial enough to foster that discussion. Whereas all those safe movies, I don't want to call no names, but safe movies, they come and they go. They come and they,
Exactly.
And another thing that I heard a guy who's not even a DC fan. He's a comedian, Seth Rogen. You know Seth Rogen?
Yeah, Seth
He's a
Rogen,
comedian,
yeah.
right? Rogen says Marvel. I really don't want to diss Marvel on it, but I'm going to do it. Seth Rogen said Marvel movies are made for kids, and I'm an adult.
I don't like them, so go ahead. Fire away.
He said the comic book industry. He said the comic book industry is just not for him. He's an adult. He wants something that he could mesh with. That's the kind of standard that Zack Snyder put in. Christopher Nolan contributed to that. Tim Burton contributed to that. When you get those kinds of standards, you can't go backwards from there, Warner Brothers. I'm telling you guys right now, if I'm speaking directly to you can't go backwards. People already tasted that stuff. So now you, and especially after people see how you guys did Zack Snyder with Zack Snyder Justice League, they're not gonna forgive you. And again, it's not just Snyder fans. It's now the general public has seen and had access to these things. Prominent people like that comedian lady from Saturday Night Live, I forgot what her name is, the black lady. She was streaming that shit. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh,
We had seen
again, boy.
about that stuff.
Yes.
So it already hit mainstream. And so it's a revolution. And that's why I said the significance of Zack Snyder's Justice League, if you look at the subtitle below there, it's significant. It has changed the way how Hollywood works, because now the audience has a say in the creative process as well, and the direction in which studios go. And if you don't listen to your audience, what's going to happen to Shazam will happen to you. I'm speaking to you guys, Comcast, Universal, Disney. I'm talking to Sony. Because Warner Brothers about to be an example. We about to make an example out of Warner Brothers. And y'all are going to watch and y'all are going to learn to listen to your audience. We don't make movies. We don't do that. That's not what we do. But what we can tell you is, I want more of this. I like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. That's what we do. That's our job. Okay? That's our role. We stay in an all in. So I want you to understand that, Warner Brothers, and I want you to understand that to all those other studios out there who's struggling. I know they're struggling. And to Netflix and to everybody else, listen, please listen to your audience, and don't just listen like as in, oh, we hear you. No. Act on it. That's what Kevin Feige, I got to give him his props. He acted on it. And so he delivered in spades to his audience. And I got to give thumbs up to Kevin Feige. Thumbs up to you, brother. I don't exactly like your movies. I'm not the demographic you're speaking to, though. You understand your demographic. Warner Brothers doesn't understand their demographic. They don't know who they're speaking to. And they're ticking off the audience. And now, they're not just ticking off Snyder fans. You thought you was getting at us, right? When you fired Henry Cavill. No. You just ticked off a broad section of DC. You said, fuck you to all of these DC fans, all these comic book fans, all these people
Stop.
just
I want to interject. You see that thing with Henry Cavill? They fired Henry Cavill there? Now, Henry Cavill,
terrible.
You have Witcher fans. You have Mission Impossible fans. You have Sherlock Holmes fans. Warner Brothers, are you serious? You cannot be serious.
Why did it?
No, you cannot be serious.
Such a bad.
You shot yourself in the foot, right? You are going to boot everything. Watch me. This is self mutilation, and I will help you self mutilate, right? So if you want to continue going down that road, Warner Brothers Discovery, Mr. Zaslav, right? We will help you self mutilate, right? We will help you. We will not spend any money. We will encourage others not to spend any money. So by the end of the year, Snyder fans will come together and we will purchase Warner Brothers, right? No big scene. You understand? All it will be broke. We will all purchase it. We will chop up. We will and we will purchase Warner Brothers, right? And the tweet that I put out on Twitter the other day. Listen. I put out a tweet the other day. Buying scrap iron or battery buying. Buying scrap iron or battery buying. That's how Warner Brothers will be.
That's terrible, but yeah. What I was gonna say is that it's not just Snyder fans really trying to lash back. No, it's DC fans. They can't wait to not show up for your movies, and that's terrible. And it's some of them they're not going to show up because they're discouraged. But Henry Cavill, the thing about it, the thing that really blows my mind is Henry Cavill comes in as Christopher Reeve Superman with the cool and everything in Black Adam. That's the best part of Black Adam, right? So now you have people who don't even like Zack Snyder who love that ending. They were cheering for Superman, and you just yanked that Superman out of there. You just pull him away. Did you just do that? I can't believe you did that. I can't believe you can't be that stupid. Why would you do something like that? Why? Because James Gunn says
I need just added Black Adam fans. So right? You just added Black Adam fans.
I don't understand it, man.
So you add the list of fans.
It's mind-boggling. So this is where the DC fans now, they're all kind of lumped together and they don't care. And some of them are actually saying also how Warner Brothers is treating the comic books, how they're kind of like selling out the comic books to different people now. The license, that they don't like that either. So there's a lot of people in the industry and people that you do not like what Warner Brothers is doing, period. Or Zaslav just coming and slashing and burning. You got the Batgirl fans who don't like what Zaslav did. I mean, you're just making enemies left, right, and center. And you expect them to come see your movies? Really? Like, really? What are you hoping? Maybe he'll make movie over the Joker and the Batman movie that's coming out. People come and see those and maybe Dune. But, you know, DC will just be in an array and that's cool with you. You don't know what will happen. Because, right now, I am actually telling fans. I'm telling them to boycott you. I'm telling them
burn.
Get changed.
They don't give me what we want. Everything must burn. It's not a discussion.
But I just feel like right now the management is mismanaging the IPs, period. And when I saw the kind of madness that they were doing with James Gunn did, you okay? You cool? Make sure you're all right.
I'm gonna cough, yeah.
Because you told me. All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this because guys, wish Damien well and pray for him. He's not 100% right now. He has a little flu. And so you guys he took the time out to come here to do this video just because of you guys. Yeah. He really care about you. So I just wanted to say that, these people have been mismanaging this company, for 5 years straight, man. 5 years straight. Can't get the thing right. Right? They're going through, they went through 2 ownerships, right? AT&T bought them over, and then now we have Discovery with AT&T. And they're also going through 2 sets of executives, at least at the top, and you can't understand, you can't get it in your head that the direction you're going is a direction that your audience does not care much for. What do you need to get through your thick skull that the Marvel route is not the way to go? We're not saying you can't have humor. We're not saying, for example, Shazam is a movie that fits a Marvel model, right? He's a funny character, but come on, man. Not everything is Marvel. Not everything has to be joke. We could tell it's a mandate by these stupid execs saying you need to put jokes in here. You need to do this here. You could tell it's a mandate by somebody who's mandating them to do these things in their movies. So it has a certain tone and a certain look. This is not Marvel. This is DC. Your audience is different. Until you get that through your fat skull, your movies are not going to do well, period. You could put how much critical reviews, the critics could rate them 90%, 100%. It doesn't matter. Your movies will still flop because you're dealing with a demographic. And until you understand that demographic, it doesn't matter what you do. There's a guy called George Miller who did Mad Max Fury Road, who was supposed to do Justice League Mortal. Why the hell didn't you put him in charge of DC? Why the hell didn't you have him directing a movie? Or he's too pricey or something? I mean, I don't understand you guys, man. Okay? Take at least a successful director who's done a successful DC movie, maybe Patty Jenkins, maybe James Wan, just a hint, and have them run DC. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just at least use your brain. You're going to take a director whose DC movie flopped. You're going to take a producer who, okay, I give him, he produced Aquaman, did well. Produced Shazam, made some money. But everything else he produced flopped. What are you doing? What are you doing? I mean, I don't know why I'm speaking to them because I'm done with them already. But what are you doing? Everybody, I mean, you don't even have to be a DC fan. You could be a Marvel fan. And they would be saying, what is Warner Brothers doing? They ask the same question like us. We are like all baffled. We are mesmerized by the level of your intellectual stupidity. How could such intelligent people make such poor choices? Is the studio cursed or something? I mean, come on now. What is wrong with these people? And you don't correct the wrongs you do. You did wrongs to Ray Fisher. You did wrongs to the people involved in the investigation with that Justice League 2017. You wronged them. And once Armada never made an apology, you never made an apology. You just moved on. Right? You're not going to apologize for what you did to Henry Cavill. Then you'll want him to come back and do Superman with you. Get out of here. Look how you treat Zack Snyder. Even the people at Netflix were saying, look how they treated you at Zack Snyder. Right? And Netflix people right now, they embrace Zack Snyder because they know what they have. And they're doing as many movies with him as they could. right. All right. So the last thing I got to say is, and we kind of covered this a little bit. What are the steps that DC fans and the audience can take from this point forward? Damien, take it away. Is there anything else besides sell Snyderverse to Netflix? There are other things fans can do. You can include whatever you want to include, and then I'll just finish it off.
Although before I was I was shooting up a mouth just now, but I think you could write you could all from now you could write to Warner Brothers and you could write to Netflix to get them to get to license out the IP, to license out that part of the IP, the Snyderverse, because I think the Snyderverse itself in itself is a product, right? Is a viable product, and I think they could um they could make money off of it, right?
Yes.
I think it would be wise. It would be wise for Warner Brothers to license it out. So fans could take the opportunity to write to Warner Brothers and to Netflix. Do it respectfully. You understand, between the time between now and the 14th, right? Right. So let them know that, and
But that
show them that, here what
there's time though.
you will support their movies, right? Once you the other things that you want to reboot and things, right? Because we understand that DC is a
Well,
multiverse, and it's about time that we have multiple Batmans, multiple Supermans, and eventually have them crossover, right? This is the kind of thing. This is the forward thinking that they should have, right? Fix DC, fix DC. You understand? Fix DC and make sure that your main characters, your mainstay characters, they fix, so that going forward, anything that you put out should at least make $700 million at the box office. It should not fall below that, right? Like, for instance, when Shazam released the first time, that movie should have made 700 million, but they released it between um, Captain Marvel and Endgame, and it was dead on arrival, right? Good movie, but unfortunately, you understand? But
it made some
I
money.
digress, right? At the end of
Yeah.
the day, Warner Brothers, we are not we the fans. We are willing to compromise and come out and watch your other projects. Just give us what
I'm
we
not saying
want,
that. By the
right?
way, people, I
We're
didn't say
willing to
that. He
watch.
said.
I
I'm
am
not gonna give
saying
a
we have a lot of
because
Snyder fans who will come
I
out and they
watched
will
Joker too.
watch the movie, right?
I
Because
watched Joker too.
I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, everything will be to our liking, right? But at the same time, we can still go out and watch it
I would
once
have
it give
gone.
us what we want, right? So
I would have
we could,
watched.
we go raise the peace flag. We go want to fight. We won't want to pelt stone behind James Gunn again. You understand? We go ease up James Gunn. But if it is that the studio decide after the 14th, and I'm repeating this, if after the 14th the studio doesn't the week after the 14th, and they don't accede to our request, prepare all yourself for the reckoning. That's all I've seen on that.
Well, all right.
Thank you.
Well, let me just say this. I think there are a number of initiatives DC fans can do, and so I'm gonna just go through
Yeah.
a couple of them. But one, let me just recap what Damian said first of all. Well, he talked about two very good initiatives. One is right now there's a hashtag going around sell Zack Snyder's Justice League, but it's really the Snyderverse they're talking about, particularly Snyder's Batman, David Ayers, Suicide Squad, Zack Snyder Justice League 2 and 3, right? Um, you wanted to get that brand and everything that Zack Snyder has, license it out to Netflix. You don't sell it, just license it out so Netflix can do it. Just like I was with Sandman and with some Batman movies and stuff like that. Just like how they licensed out the Batman game to Sony, right? So they're saying, do that. Since you don't want to have anything of Snyder's in there Elseworld, because Peter Safran came out, Snyder doesn't make the cut for Elseworld stuff that they want to do, then in that case, why not license it out? You say that the Snyderverse, you're done with it. Well, if you're done with it, let it go into somebody's hands and let's see if they can manage it better, right? The second thing he said, which is interesting as well, is he said that why am I forgetting that thought? What was the other one? It's sell to Netflix and then write the letters. Yes, write the letters to David.
Yeah.
David Zaslav brothers and also Netflix doing so. Now, as we're going into that, let me just speak about a couple other things. Now, Christopher Nolan went across to Universal, which is a Comcast company, right? Comcast is doing quite well. Their stocks are pretty high. I think it's 177 million. 177 million is the worth of the company, and the stocks right now are somewhere around the stock is $177. The company is, if I'm not mistaken, it's 100 and something billion dollars, right? So Comcast is doing quite well. Netflix they have the highest stock in all of the companies that we talk about. It's higher stock than Disney. Their stock is very strong, 300 and something dollars a share, and it's 160 something billion dollar company. Okay, so Zack Snyder's at Netflix. This is why everybody's talking about sell it to Netflix, and it makes sense. It really does make sense. It's even more higher stock than Disney, higher stock than Sony, higher stock than Amazon. Amazon is a $1 trillion company, but Amazon Prime is a subset of Amazon, and Amazon Prime is an emerging company in the market when it comes to movies. They haven't put out anything. I don't think they have a feature film of any kind that went into the studio. Netflix has more experience with film. They put out more films in the studio. So if you look at Netflix is the ideal spot we would like if we were to get anything leased out or licensed. Now, one of the things I just want to say and go in a little bit more detail is that all of these companies I just spoke about, they could easily buy Warner Brothers, because Warner Brothers is right now a $33 billion company. And they could absorb all of Warner Brothers' debt and everything that they are going on. Disney has a lot of debt right now, so Disney's not really the best company to swallow up Warner Brothers right now, amazingly. The best company to swallow up Warner Brothers right now is either Amazon or Netflix or Comcast, Universal. If you do realize Christopher Nolan has gone across to Universal. Universal is also a company that does feature films, has a lot of experience in feature films. And because the company is trying to still attract people, they're going to be enticing people.
I could say one thing. I could say one thing and be prophetic. So it shall be in the beginning. Wait, just watch one thing. So it shall be in the beginning, as it shall be in the end. Remember I tell you this, and it has to do with Christopher Nolan. Remember what it is I say here today. Right? Continue.
I hear you. So, anyway, I'm just saying this to say that Zack Snyder is going to, if Warner Brothers, goes under, there are a number of companies just waiting on the wings. I do remember Comcast was one of the people who wanted to actually buy over Warner Brothers over AT&T. You do remember that. I don't know how many of you guys know that Comcast was interested in, buying over Warner Brothers. So I'm just saying this to say this, because Warner Brothers has incredible amount of IP. They have some of the best IPs in the world. The problem with Warner Brothers is they don't know what to do with their IPs. We have a company rich in IP. I mean, the best IPs in the world, and they don't know how to manage it. So what has to happen is that you need to kind of clean the slate with the executives. So, if Universal buys over Warner Brothers, we already have executives that know how to deal with things, and so there'll be a redundancy, and you could kind of, you know what I'm saying. Now, if it's Netflix, they're kind of still new to the game, so they may need to retain some of these people. They'll need to really sift through the executives. They're going to do that because they need to find out who is really in the interest of Netflix and who is not. Okay, and then they'll have their special people who will be able to run things. So again, if they do swallow up Warner Brothers, they will swallow up certain executives, but you need to also be able to have people who could actually do what they're doing. But so that'd be the downside if it's swallowed up. Now, why I'm saying swallowed up is because I want the DC fans out here to understand something. That we are not just doing this off of, we are angry that Snyderverse didn't happen. And Snyderverse has been gone since 2017, ladies and gentlemen. It popped back up for a brief moment in 2021. We thought there was some hope, and then it disappeared again. Okay? So it's not like the given Hamada slate that was there, we're ticked off because they say the Snyderverse is over. Snyderverse has been over. Okay? It's been over since 2017. It popped back up in 2021. And then because Ansaranoff said that it's a cul-de-sac, it disappeared again. Okay? So when we say restore the Snyderverse, this is why we say restore the Snyderverse. We're not saying restore the Snyderverse in a vacuum. We're saying restore the Snyderverse because it's gone. Been gone for a while. Okay? But we are wanting it. We want Zack to complete, and the Snyderverse is not much. It's only 4 movies outstanding. The Haircut, which is already done, and then you have a movie that has to be made. 3 movies that have to be made. The Batfleck movie, Justice League 2 and 3. Okay, that's it. That's it. That's it. All of this hullabaloo over just 4 movies. Just 4 movies. So for the people out there to understand and to understand that we are not, it's not just about us. It's not just about this, right? This is cool. It's about companies and studios understanding that they need to have a relationship with their audience in this age, that it must be a dialogue, a rapport. We understand that the studios, they're responsible for the content, but you need to also listen to your fans. You know, one of the things The Rock said, even though he wasn't really doing it, one of the things The Rock said was, I want to listen to the fans, right? He said the right things. He did the wrong stuff. But the point is,
it is called cognitive dissonance. I posted about that today. We talked cognitive dissonance.
Yo.
Yes.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is that the solutions to the problem go like this. It's really simple, actually, people. If you, as a DC fan, don't like what's going on, you do not have to partake of it. Okay? It's your customer's right. The customer has rights. And one of your rights is nobody can make you or shame you into buying a product you don't want to buy. So that's the first thing, principle number 1. That is why when Damien said, we will support the movies that James Gunn brought, I don't know about that. If I'm interested in them, I'll watch. If I'm not interested, I'm not watching. I'm just being real. Right? I'm being real. Right? Because none of those movies, maybe Swamp Thing. Maybe it depends on what kind of Swamp Thing they bring out. They say it's a horror movie, but what I mean. Right? Okay. So because I'm a Swamp fan, for those people, I actually watched DCU online or whatever it was, HBO Max. When Swamp Thing came out, I actually went and watched it because that was something I was fascinated with. So maybe the Swamp Thing gets me. Nothing else really interests me on that slate. But the point is that I tend to watch movies I'm interested in. I'm a cinephile, sort of, but I'm a really picky cinephile. And I don't think I'll change. I could make a promise. Oh, watch all your DC. And I don't go to the cinema. That's just the way I So I prefer to be real with people. I definitely would then watch the Batman. Yes, I would watch these Batman movies. If if Ben Affleck's getting his Batman movie shown, I definitely, because I'm really actually what Matt Reeves would have made, I definitely would have watched. But I, off a principle, said I was not going to watch it, right? And he didn't do anything particularly special. It was a very safe film, but yet he still did it with quality. That was the thing that I really appreciate. I appreciate movies that are made with quality, right? So I would have probably gone and watched it, right? I'm being real with people. I'm not going to try and lie. It got my interest. I love how he did the question mark thing with the Riddler, and he was kind of artsy fartsy with the upside down Batman thing. And the music wasn't the greatest in the world, but I liked it anyway. So I could see myself liking the Batman, right? I really could. So I never went in on any of the Batman fans. I just said, based on the little snippets of things I saw of it, it was well made, no doubt about it. But nothing special. It didn't move the needle in any way. It was a safe move, and I don't play safe really. It's not memorable. I won't remember it, right? Because it's too safe. The edginess of Wonder Woman, the first Wonder Woman movie was edgy. It was funny, but it was edgy. It wasn't just safe. And the thing that was the message that was sent in that movie was the one before, right? Because she was saying that a hero can't save the world. A hero can't save the world. It's up to you and I. We make the choices. So it's one of those movies I remember all the time. So, and I know that was Zack Snyder. You don't have to tell me. I know when it's Zack Snyder. Zack Snyder is out of the box kind of guy. If you guys never watched Sucker Punch, you need to watch Sucker Punch. Please do. The man is crazy. He's crazy.
Masterclass.
I'm a Snyder fan.
Sucker Punch and Snow. Get a 4-minute movie called Snow, Steam, Iron. You could watch it on YouTube. Right? 4 minutes. It's a 4-minute movie. It won't take you long. Right? Snow, Steam, Iron by Zack Snyder. Snyder revolutionized short film. I don't care who say what. The man is a master, right? Imagine I come out more going on 2 years and have a commercial for Super Bowl. Yeah, I wonder. I wonder, right? Right, they're not ready for Zack Snyder.
Funny though, it was actually funny. So that's what I'm saying. I don't have a problem with humor and stuff. I don't have a problem with humor and funny things. It's just that, you could tell corporate forced humor. You could tell, oh yeah, this was funny to us. You need to put that in there. You could tell it's not creative. Yeah. Like you could tell the difference. Something's manufactured, and I don't like that. But yeah, so and let me just wrap this up. So basically, DC fans, we're not just about Zack Snyder, even though that's cool. We're really about seeing the brand protected. We want to see the DC soar again. We want to see DC do well. And we're seeing the same stuff over and over again. We're just seeing more of the same. James Gunn hasn't moved the needle. He's basically doing the same things that Walter Hamada has been doing. Walter Hamada had standalone movies. They're not really connected to each other. And basically, James Gunn is going to do that. He's going to do standalone movies that are not really connected to each other when you look at them. Maybe he'll put maybe an after credit scene that connects one movie to the next, maybe something like that, maybe. But for the most part, it's just a continuation of the Hamadaverse. And you look at his presentations, you look at his questions, Superman, trunks or no trunks? I'm like, really? Like, really? We're going to go there? Really? I mean, not important. It's so unimportant. Like, choose what you want to do. I don't care if he's trunks or no trunks. I don't care. I want a good story. Don't care about the trunks. Whatever you want to do. Right? I want to hear about the story. You focus on trunks. Like, really? Like really?
Really?
Like, so these are things I don't understand. I really don't understand. So you could tell that it's a Walter Hamada kind of mindset, and you could tell the films are going to be on that level. In fact, we even focusing on trunks. All things. There's only a certain set of people who Trunks, and you know who they are. I don't even want to mention. I don't want to give them any power, right? And so I'm just saying that if this is where we're at, it's all about wardrobe for Superman. It's not about his character. It's not about inspiring hope. It's not about those things. It's not about a hero's journey. It's about Trunks, ladies and gentlemen. Then really we have to say, okay, so we're just gonna go.
You see the colors of the trunks? Oh my god, the colors of the trunks are so amazing. Oh my god, and the S is so bright. Oh my gosh, what's the yellow on the yellow S? Oh my word, it's so amazing. It's so inspiring. Oh my god, Superman.
Man.
Really?
Oh yeah. And
Really?
I'm like, I don't care if he has Trunks or not. I don't care. What I care about is when I see this character, he embodies hope. And that when you're finished with the story, I actually know I've learned something about hope. If I haven't learned nothing after that story, Superman hasn't grown, he hasn't developed, nothing, I don't care for it. The fact that you focus on Trunks really means you shouldn't be doing Superman. Let's just be real. If for you Superman's about a Trunks, we really need to, like DC fans, we really have a problem. You have a problem? We have a problem, ladies and gentlemen. We have a problem. Okay, so anyway, all I'm trying to say is we don't even have Armada 2.0. We actually have Armada. So like Warner Brothers just keeps on doing things worse and worse, worse. I mean, when we think it can't get any worse, then they just they shock us and they do worse. You know what I'm saying? Frank Miller, not Frank Miller. What am I saying? No, George Miller. You ever heard of that guy? Give him a call. You want to do Superman? Bring George in. Can you do that? Don't let James Gunn direct Superman. At least let George direct Superman. Please. He was supposed to do Justice League Mortal. I'll bring him in. At least bring somebody competent.
Preempting the bacchanal. You see, Anson, you're preempting the bacchanal that is to take place after the 14th of this month, right? After the week after the 14th. You see, all that time, we can hit them all for now. We need to cuddle them. We need to say coochie coochie coo. Warner Brothers, Zaslav, Opopo. Just do as we ask now. You understand? You understand? So anyway, them, you know.
So this is what you can do, DC fans.
You know, let them know. Yeah.
DC fans.
You know, you know. I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
You go ahead.
I'm saying now. I mean, no. What I'm saying, right? I mean, we trying. What I was, as I was saying before, right? We need to. This is our period of amnesty we giving Warner Brothers, right? This is our amnesty. This is the amnesty period between now. Or I shouldn't say no, but amnesty period will be the week after the thing, right? All this time we just trying to show them as either you give us what we want or we boycott. The amnesty period will be the week after 14th, right?
You focus on Snyder fans. I am now dealing with a totally different demographic. I'm dealing with guys who are not necessarily Snyder fans. They like Zack Snyder's stuff. And I'm trying to break it down to them. Because we're talking with two sets of people, right? We're talking with the people who are started Snyderverse. They may not be Snyder fans or whatever, but they enjoyed Zack Snyder's Justice League and they want to see that going on. And then you have people who not necessarily like Zack Snyder's stuff at all, maybe hate his stuff, but they have jumped on the bandwagon that something need to be done. Something need to be done about DC. This is ridiculous, right? They got tripped off now. So I'm dealing with them right now. So that's why I'm explaining the situation. So with them now, I'm saying to them, okay, so here's what you need to do. Okay. First of all, If you're not interested in anything, that's okay. Nobody's gonna bash you if you're not interested. You're just not interested. That's life. Okay. Now, if you find that things are out of control and these executives are out of control, and that's why I keep on talking about executives and the disconnect between them and the audience, what you need to do as a DC fan now is take action. And your action is simple. One, you obviously not gonna watch what you don't want to see. Whatever you want to see, you'll watch. The second thing you're gonna do though is this. In terms of DC and DC products out there, since my boy here has been saying that we cannot give them an amnesty till the 14th, after the 14th, it's up to you now to start voicing your displeasure. And you voice your displeasure so that people will hear you. Okay? Your voice and displeasure will be in various forms. I don't believe in smear campaigns like my boy's saying. I know what he really means. He doesn't mean smear campaign. He means the skeletons in the closet of these people, he's going to start unlocking it. That's what he means. It's not a smear campaign. I don't want to use that language, at least. I don't want to use that because I'm not vindictive. I'm just saying, if you want to play hardball, we're going to play hardball, right? That's what you mean. But when it comes to after the 14th, we can wait till after the 14th. Here's the following things. The hashtags go like this. And I've already begun those hashtags. I'll probably still continue the campaign, but nonetheless, boycott Warner Brothers. And boycott Warner Brothers is exactly what you're doing anyway, which is you're basically not going to see movies because you're not interested in them anyway, right? So boycott Warner Brothers is kind of like a redundancy in this, but you still want to still express yourself. I want you to express yourself. Say, as a DC fan, I do not understand what this company is doing. I don't like the direction they're going. I don't like that they fired Henry Cavill. Whatever reason it is you have, and put behind it hashtag boycott Warner Brothers. Now people say I shouldn't talk about fire James Gunn, but I'm going to say it. You need to also use the hashtag fire James Gunn. It's negative, yes, we know. But again, James Gunn is redundant with Walter Hamada. Why fire Walter Hamada? This is the reasoning. I'm not just coming from a place of anger or something. It's a reasoning behind it. Walter Hamada they fired because his movies, which tend to be Marvel movies in DC, were not doing well. And James Gunn is going to pick up from where Walter Hamada left off, and he's going to try and push these same movies to do well. And they're not going to do well. Why do we need somebody heading DC who's doing that? We need a course correction. So, for those fans out there who like James Gunn, it would be nice for you to talk to him and encourage him to please either do one of two things. Try to radically change from what Walter Hamada was doing, or you may have to jump on the bandwagon and say fire James Gunn. But either way, it's not going to work. Right now, James Gunn's been dealt a terrible hand, first of all. I don't even know why he jumped at the job. It's a horrible... Nobody wanted to really... It came down to James Gunn because nobody wanted to run... Nobody wanted that job. You understand? And Abdi and DeLuca were holding on for whoever was supposed to come, right? I think there was one guy. He was going to get a job, and then he lost the job or something. I don't know what happened. And he was against the fans as well, Snyder fans, that is. But the point is that he's really in a. I don't envy him right now. I don't envy his position because it's a terrible position to be in. You do not know. You do not know what's going to happen to those 4 movies. This is going to be a year of flops. It's going to be horrible. That's why the sooner we could get management to either change their minds, or the sooner we could get management to be removed, the better. That's why fire James Gunn is necessary. It's literally a necessary thing. If you want to see movies actually do well in the cinema, because the slate of movies, nobody's interested in those movies. The Flash movie's a mess. Why is this movie coming out? It's a messy movie. It's just messy. Too much stuff happened. It's a very, very messy movie, and they made more and more mess. Like, first it was Ben Affleck was in there, now he's cut. Henry Cavill was supposed to be in there, and he's cut. And it's just a messy movie. And it's going to be so hard to promote that movie. So I envy James Gunn with that. He has inherited Walter Hamada's mess, and then he didn't provide anything to tell us that we're getting out of the funk. So there's nothing to look forward to in DC. And I can understand you fans looking at me like, but there's nothing to look forward to in DC. Okay, there's a Joker movie, maybe there's a Swamp Thing, or you actually have to go through that stuff and say, okay, what's the authority? Maybe that might be good because James Gunn's good at these odd characters. You know, you're sifting and picking and hoping and poking, trying to find a way to rationalize how your love for DC can be shown. And when you got to do that, you know it's bad. It's very, very bad. Okay, it's very, very bad. So I don't envy you. So that's why I'm saying, that's why fire James Gunn. We need somebody else. We need somebody else. Now, because of Warner Brothers' track record, they might get somebody even worse than James Gunn. So
they need a bush bath. They need a bush bath. They need a beating with a cocaine broom. They need beating with a cocaine broom. Whatever Jingle, Disney put on them since the announcement of Batman movie cover, seem like the blight. They need a cocaine broom with pit. And then beat them with it.
You know what I'm saying? You gotta suggest. They literally kick. They kicked Mike DeLuca and Bob down James Gunn. At least
It's just crazy, you know. We would have got this. We would have gotten it. And James Gunn just walk past each one of them and go by the But I don't know. I really don't know. You laughing? Think to be crying for are you laughing? You understand? What you understand? I just need to tear off all my clothes when I talking about them people, boy. You understand? But kicking out your pen and your shade is like, why? What have I done? What have I done to deserve such treatment? I mean, all I want to do is watch a movie. Oh gosh, you know what? I'm begging. Oh gosh, people, it's so bad. People are actually dead. Warner Brothers, I tell you, they're not in zero. The blight. Warner Brothers blight. You know, bushman is a serious bushman.
You know what?
You understand?
Just remind me when I'm about to see Wonder Woman 84. And you was like, what the hell's going on? What's going on?
I see I was going to read the answer, but it's a dog. Oh Lord, I will see.
After Patty gave a really good movie in Wonder Woman 2017, we got Wonder Woman 84. Oh my God. Yeah, it's been tough being a DC.
Oh boy. Painful.
Yeah, Marvel.
Why?
Marvel was eating good. I think
all that is ego, you know. Again, all that is another start ego tripping. You understand, with Patty Jenkins and Jeff Johns. You understand? She still started to Jeff Johns now. And because he started to Jeff Johns, the movie failed. Excuse me. Excuse me. Right? So, I mean, where it go ahead? You're laughing at me now because, yeah, I know you're laughing at me because I was feeling Wonder Woman 84. That movie was shit. Sorry. That movie, every time I talk about it, it get worse. and I watch it once, just thinking about that movie. This has been worse and worse and worse. It's half, and then half out of 10 now. First thing bad, half out of 10. No, 1 out of 10, no, half out of 10.
Yeah, bro. Yep.
Terrible boy, terrible boy.
Don't think that I'm
Nah,
laughing
it's
at
okay,
DC.
man.
I'm
You
not
laugh
laughing.
at me, man. Yeah, you laugh at me, man. Anson, man. The background, I can take it. You understand?
I was laughing at
Yeah, you can't be too much that shit movie,
laughing
but
at
I
you.
is
I was
okay.
laughing.
I mean, all I love, it is a love, it's a love thing.
I was laughing. I was laughing at how ridiculous that movie was.
Oh God, that's
That
this
movie was
look.
ridiculous.
Oh God, I don't, just having fun here too,
Those
boy.
executives, boy. Oh my God. Something, boy. They're special.
It's
Those
special,
people are
boy.
special, man.
It's special,
I
boy.
don't
Yeah,
know
boy.
how they manage. I company having those IPs and really killing it. You know what I'm saying? Killing it with those IPs. But yeah, Warner Brothers, man. I don't know. That special company, boy. Special. Super,
I really don't
super
know.
special, man. So, DC fans, is you're gonna have to slash boycott Warner Brothers, fire James Gunn. It's sad that we get to this point where we actually talking about firing heads of DC. That sounds terrible, you know. And I can understand YouTubers and other uh, content providers saying no, you shouldn't do that. But in this case, the way how this guy's tenure even begins, and he fires Henry Cavill at the beginning of his tenure. Well, Henry Cavill's more deserving of his role than you are of running DC. I mean, what have you done for DC? What have you
Exactly.
done? I mean, you did the
Exactly.
Peacemaker series, but you ain't done nothing. Henry Cavill actually made money with his movies. Why are you firing the guy? So, and even Black Adam made more money than you. You shouldn't be talking about getting rid of Dwayne Johnson. You should be having Dwayne Johnson hand in hand. Made more money than you with your movie. Your movie didn't make any money. None. Negative dollars. Okay? So why are you now sacking people who did better than you? I don't get that. Right? And you got to understand, I'm only vocalizing for what people out there say. They're just waiting. They're just waiting like a time bomb to watch your movies bomb. Just telling you. They want to pay back. They want to get you back for that. And some of them, your movie might be even great. They're just not going to go see it. They're turned off by it. Because of principle. Because of principle. You just do that. You don't just sack Superman. You should have worked with him. I don't know if Henry would have worked with you, but you should have worked with Henry anyway. You should have worked with him. And then you have the audacity to say you didn't fire Henry. You were hiring and Henry wasn't hired. The audacity, man. Come on. Don't do that now. What are you trying to do? Patronize us? That's insulting. You're insulting DC fans, not Snyder fans now. You think it's Snyder fans? This ain't that. It's DC fans, bro. Not going
It's not just DC fans. Not just DC fans. You insult Witcher fans. You insult Sherlock Holmes fans. You insult Mission Impossible fans, right? And then I go over next group of fans called Gears. The whole War Machine Warhammer franchise, man. All the gamer fans, you piss off gamer fans. Imagine that.
Don't forget
And Black Adam fans. Oh, wow. Hey, you know,
so he really
we really need to organize. You see this? You see the boycott campaign after when they decide to not give what you want. We really need to point out all the reasons why people need to boycott, you know. And boy,
there's another thing.
it go be
I just want
He's
to say
keeping it
right
like
now,
coals.
David Sandberg,
He's keeping it
this
up
to you,
like
David.
hot coals on the head.
I love you, David Sandberg. I love what you do. I love your movies. I am sorry I have to boycott you. I'm in Shazam. If
Yeah.
it was just up to you, I would not boycott. But Zachary Levi been talking too much. You got that boy talking too much.
Yeah.
Put a gag
Zachary
on her.
Levi, shut up.
Shut up.
Zachary Levi, this shut up. He is a damn fool. He's a bootlicker, and he needs to shut up. Right?
Shut up.
How the hell you could talk about all the Snyderverse didn't work? What the hell is wrong with you, Zachary Levi? Eh?
Exactly.
You feel it's that game? Eh? You feel we would just sit around and say that? Go ahead, wait, and you'll see where
So
they're gonna
no,
put
I want to
Zachary Levi.
to David F. Sandberg. I actually appreciate that you was pushing the Snyderverse and you was pushing Zack Snyder. I do understand Shazam could still link us to the Snyderverse, but unfortunately, Zachary Levi has just destroyed any chance of me going to the cinema and seeing that movie. Because that of all the movies that are in the Hamada Burger, I'm sorry, the Hamadaverse, that movie was the movie that I thought I should really.
Amara Boga.
Hamada Burger.
Oh God, Amara Boga.
Yes.
No, Amara Boga, no, Amara Boga. Oh my God.
David F. Sandberg. And whenever this situation is resolved, I will go watch your movie. But before that, I can't go watch your movie. So unfortunately, it's up to Warner Brothers what they decide to do next, which will determine if I go see a movie. But you definitely, I will go see Shazam in a heartbeat, because I feel like you are one of the directors who's fearless in acknowledging Zack Snyder's work, and you're the only director who has pulled clips for your trailers from Zack Snyder's Justice League. Nobody else has done that. So I really want to just applaud you on that, David F. Sandberg. I really
I
wish I could go see
disagree with that. Sorry, but I disagree with that. I think the Flash movie they were using clips from Zack Snyder's Justice League. Yeah, I think
when
they were
I
using
didn't see it.
yeah, they
Any
had
trailer.
some
No,
not the
no.
oh it was yeah, you're right. Sorry. I apologize. It was really Shazam. Yeah, you're
You
right. You're
saw Michael
absolutely correct.
in the
Yeah,
Flash. You saw
yeah.
them like carry something, and then you saw them in the house. That's about it.
Yeah,
But with
you're right.
Shazam,
Sorry about that. Sorry.
only
Yeah.
one. And when everybody else was bashing BVS, Shazam was pulling from BVS. David Sandberg. All right? So that's why I
Yeah.
say I really have a lot of respect for the director.
Yeah,
And
all right, okay.
as one of those,
But Zachary
and I
Levi,
could
Zachary Levi is a because I really can't deal with Zachary Levi. We can recast
yeah,
Zachary Levi. Everybody else can
um
stay. Send him back to Marvel.
just tell him be quiet, bro. Just be quiet. We'll watch your movies and everything. Just shut up. But he wouldn't shut up. So this is what it is. You know?
It's not once he
David
do it.
Sandberg,
It's not twice
he's a
he
good
do
guy.
it. It's 3 times. So it's 3 times a failure. Three
Listen, I
times a
don't judge
failure.
people. Let me say this though. I don't judge people on who they are. Some people are assholes in real life, but they're great actors, right? And Zachary Levi, he's not the greatest actor in the world. He's alright. But what I'm saying is, he got his shot. He was in depression or whatever. I'm not mad at the guy. I'm just saying to the guy, Zachary Levi, you gotta make your money. Right? Shut up though. Don't say anything. David Sandberg is a guy we like. Okay, we like him. So if you shut your mouth, maybe we go see the movie. But if you keep talking, nobody gonna see it because you're saying where your allegiances and everything already, and how you don't want Zack Snyder around. We can see that, right? Keep your personal opinions to yourself, and let's just go watch your art. That's what we're trying to say to you. But you're not listening. You're just not listening. You're being an idiot. I don't know why. Trying to what? You trying to win favor with your boss, Safran? You know he ain't gonna sack the movie. Stupid. Just stupid. You understand? Like I said before, it's just a medley of stupidity in this company. I don't know if people think there's an air of stupidity in there. Maybe too many execs around talking all kinds of stupid stuff, and everybody believes it. And Hollywood's with them because Disney controls Hollywood, and they want to go to Disney, right? Everybody want to go with Disney. One big happy family. They want to work together. Sony with Disney, Warner Brothers with Disney. Everybody happy with Disney. But you're stupid when you think that. You're stupid when you think by downing Zack Snyder or by putting down a director in your company, everybody's going to side with you. Because the execs in your company feel that way. Forget them. Forget them. And that's the stupid thing about Hollywood, man. People kiss ass too much. Just be yourself, Zachary. Just be yourself, bro. So I just hope that I don't see Shazam surviving, and I feel sorry about that. That's the one casualty in the whole thing I really feel for, because it's the director.
I mean, and also too for the Flash, because I mean, I'm a Ezra Miller fan. I sorry for people who don't like Ezra Miller. I like Ezra Miller.
Yeah,
right.
I agree. He was sick in the Snyder Cut.
After that performance in Zack Snyder Justice League, I am telling you, Ezra Miller is one of my favorite actors. Right? And for me to boycott the Flash is a big deal. And I am telling you, if I don't get what I want, boycott. Right? Everything must burn.
Too much problems with that. And the movie didn't look good, and the suit don't look good. Nothing looks good in that movie. I'm telling you, it looked like a cheap CW kind of Flash movie kind of thing. I don't know what happened.
That's our next bacchanal. I don't want to talk about that, but I'm hoping I'm hoping it work out in the end. You understand?
Lord, you should see your face when you said that. It's like you're saying things that you don't even believe.
Oh Lord, have mercy.
Oh my God.
Oh Jesus. Lord have mercy.
The boy.
Father God have mercy. Answer what you're doing to me. Anyhow, I see this time stamp is 3 hours and 22 minutes.
So we're gonna wrap it up. So for those of you who are on social media, you can get Damian Anton Vision at Damian Anton Vision on YouTube. He's also give him your Twitter. Give them your Twitter so they can know where to find you.
Damian Anton Vision. Toxic Rebel, right? At Damian Gold 30.
Damian
and you can
30
probably get Damian Gold 30.
That's right.
At Damian Gold 30.
That's right. And me, I think I'm at AEPGM46 on Twitter. APGM46 on Twitter. And of course, you can get me here. We discussed as much as we could. Now, there's something positive you can do, though, as DC fans. I'm going to tell you what you can do. So, DC fans out there, it's not just about hashtags, and it's not just about trying to cancel off things or to hate on things or to be negative. So, it's not just boycott and fire James Gunn. There's other things you can do as DC fans. One of the things you should start to do is show Warner Brothers the kinds of movies in DC that you actually like. Some of your favorite movies in DC. That'll start to give them an idea of what you as a fan like, and therefore what it is they need to provide, so that they can start to look along the lines. Because what is happening is they don't understand the demographic that they have. And so I don't care what your persuasion is. Start sharing with other people your favorite DC fan movies. The other thing you can do as DC fans, I'm going to give you some models from off of the Snyderverse community and what we did, is you can start hosting competitions online, or on Twitter, on Facebook. Have some competitions where DC fans can share their art and things they love, the characters they love, their depictions of those characters, and start getting everybody involved. The more you express yourself, is the more a better picture of what Warner Brothers will be able to see as to what you like, your taste and stuff. The other thing you can do on YouTube and on these surrounding things is recap the DC movies you love, the DC TV shows you love, the DC the DC comics you love, your favorite comics. By doing so in this period of drought where you may not have nothing really to look forward to per se, you could entertain yourself and engage with other DC fans and have something almost like a Comic Con where you're expressing yourself and you're putting forward your messages, right? It's not good to just have negative messaging. So it's not just good to have a boycott this or a fire this, but also to have something for everyone to aspire towards, or something to have. Like sell Snyderverse to Netflix is something for people, positive people can aspire towards, or sell or license out or sell Snyderverse to Amazon, Comcast, whatever, right? So similarly, you have to have something positive to aspire towards, and something you could say to Warner Bros. That's positive, like maybe continue films like Joker, or continue films like The Batman. As much as Damien's not a fan of The Batman, nor the Batman sequel, give Warner Brothers an idea of what it is you like out there. That's the important thing, because it's what you like that actually will translate and give them a good picture or a message about what you want to do. Now, these, like we said, they're cognitive dissonance anyway. So maybe the whole slate of these executives may have to go, and a new fresh slate may need to come. But the point is, you want to also have something positive for people to look forward to, whether it's yourself or other people. And for those people who are gun fans and like how DC is right now, I'm not speaking to you. I'm happy that you're happy. I'm not going to bash you for that. Just please do not bash other people because you're happy. Do not seek to bring other people's misery because you are well. If you're well, and this is the thing that really, really surprises me. I don't see excited fans talking enough about the upcoming slate that is coming up. I hope those of you who like what is being presented would stay true to yourself and focus on that instead of focusing on antagonizing other people or trying to find fault with other things. Because then, if that's what you're doing and that's what you're basically doing all the time, whether it's on Twitter or wherever, it means you really are not interested in the slate that you say you like. You know what I mean? So always go with where your passion and your love is. For us, Snyderverse fans and people who want to see restore the Snyderverse, our passion is restore the Snyderverse. As DC fans, we want to see the DC brand go in the right direction. We want to see the moral of people in DC rise up. We want people to be proud of the brand, proud of DC. That's what we want to see, And right now, that's not what's happening. And so that's why we're discussing this. And so for the fans out there, you can have competitions, you can have, and I love to participate. So if you guys give me, whether it's singing or dramatizing a skit or play, anything that's artsy, I love it. So then there's some great DC artists out there. Maybe they get some jobs and commissions to do. So I would love for those things. And I would like to have my platform, or even Damien's platform, whether it's on Twitter or wherever. We open our doors to DC fans, period. I don't have to agree with you. I want you to express your art. And the other thing I want to do is introduce you guys to Vero, because it's a very positive place where people don't say a lot of negative things there. And you can put up your art on Vero, so that open up an account on Vero, put up your art on Vero, so that people could encourage you in your art or encourage you in whatever it is that you are going forward doing. See, for me, Zack Snyder's films showed me that we need to be positive influences on each other, and each person has a part of Superman in them. I'm a Superman fan, and so I want us to inspire each other. We don't have much time on this earth anyway, so while we're here, let's try to encourage each other and build a bond, especially in DC, because DC has different factions. We know we have different people who like different things, and that's okay. But DC needs to come together, and we all need to be able to address and find common love for certain things, whether it's the comic books or maybe it's something else. Maybe it's not movies, but maybe it's something else that we find common ground with. You know, because I gotta say, we've been fighting with each other too long, and it's time we come together and we embrace each other. It's time for people to embrace the Snyderverse fans. We're not toxic fans. In fact, I don't know. Toxic fan is a new term that I heard introduced, but really, truly, I've never heard about toxic fans. I'm now hearing this very prevalent now. But fans are passionate about what they're passionate about, and they're going to respond however way. No fan is actually wrong. They express themselves how they feel like expressing themselves.
I want to interject. I want to interject there. I want to interject. I want to interject there. You see, this whole thing about calling people toxic started with Batman versus Superman. And the minute you see it, you try to defend Batman versus Superman or any of Zack Snyder movies, or Snyder himself, they label it as toxic. Or even asking for Warner Brothers to release the Snyder cut back in those days, right? Now, and I think it is a spillover from that, right? Because you had, and not only that, you see, it was always these bloggers and them, they were making certain remarks and provoking the fans, right? Because they believe they know what is best for DC, and they would say certain things that would be demeaning and dehumanizing to the fans. So the fans have no other way to lash out, right? So for you to come and label us as toxic, right? When you have shown disdain for us, right? You're out of place, right? Right? And I am one of those people who you would label as toxic, right? Because I don't take shit with this. I would tell them as it is to put the monkey with to put the nuts where the monkey put it, right?
Right. So I was labeled toxic as well, and I'm a pretty. I'm more rational, very logical, very organized in my thinking. But here's the thing: was James Gunn toxic for calling Den of Nerds? Oh, I'm so sorry you live in your mother's basement. Was it that toxic or what? Just asking.
No. I was one of the people. I was one of the people, along with Den of Nerds, that James Gunn went after, right? And
well,
it is unfortunate. It's unfortunate what it got out is, and that is why I keep telling people. That's back in that time before the announcement. I said people need to be very careful of James Gunn. I don't trust him. I said it before, right? And people didn't understand. And it's only when he made the announcement, then people get to realize. A lot of people now start to visit my page, you know. I notice now a lot of people visiting my page, and I realize it's because of what I had said before, right? And it's people now starting to realize.
Yeah,
but starting to realize what is taking place. Go ahead.
I'm saying this. If you're keeping that energy that we are toxic because we answer back people, we curse them out or whatever, well, James Gunn did that too. So he's toxic too then. That's what you're saying, which is not true. It's just people respond to whatever somebody else says and they give a response. All right? As a CEO of Warner Brothers, we didn't expect that, but nonetheless, that was the response he gave. Most people like David Ayer and Zack Snyder, they don't tend to do that. But sometimes Zack Snyder will put a guy in his place from the industry You know what I mean? And James Gunn, in this case, he lied, though. He lied when he said that to Den of Nerds. But nonetheless, the point is, he's not toxic for saying that, and neither are we. People say what they say.
Exactly.
There's nothing wrong with that. That doesn't make you toxic. You know what makes you toxic? Makes people toxic, the kind of moves where you just fire a guy or you blacklist a guy like Ray Fisher for standing up for racism in Hollywood, standing up for exploitation of people in Hollywood. You blacklist them. That's toxic.
Or all of a sudden, all of a sudden, automatic deletion of tweets. Automatic deletion of tweets. Yeah, he tried to pull that stunt with Ray Fisher. Yeah, we don't play that. We don't play that. We don't play that.
When in one breath you say, I don't want to be Kevin Feige's job. I don't want to have Hamada's job, and the next minute you have the job. You know what I mean? When you say I'm not interested in a Superman movie, and then now you're writing it and directing it. When you say, I like Henry Cavill as Superman, and then you fire him, that's toxic, man. That shows that you're not about your word. You're a liar. And those things to me are toxic. That's the problem with Hollywood. You can't trust nobody in Hollywood. They say one thing and then they promise
Exactly.
Henry Cavill, yeah, all these movies and stuff, and then they go and fire him. That's toxic. That's not an environment I want to be in. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what I consider toxic. That's why when we say toxic Warner Brothers, we actually have facts behind it. We don't have some person pretending to be a Snyder fan, you know, saying and they know you're Snyder fans. And that's again toxic. You understand? That person to be a Snyder fan.
All right, Anson. So here was right. We want to wrap up now.
Yeah.
All right. So it was nice chatting with you, right?
Yeah, man.
All right, and so everybody take care and hashtag restore the Snyderverse, hashtag sell Snyderverse to Netflix, hashtag sell ZSGL to Netflix. And my favorite thing I like to say at the end of my videos, tell them. All right, Anson, take care. Good night.
Bless, Brian Damien.
Yeah, man, bless.
And also we have
good night.
Protect DC as well.
Yeah, man.
Use with your hashtags. Now, I just wanted to say as we're wrapping up that Damien again is Damien Gold at 30 in Twitter. Are you on Facebook?
I am on Facebook, but I'm very rare as be on Facebook. PP and I'm more on the politics.
Okay, TikTok.
Local politics from Trinidad.
TikTok.
I make no videos for TikTok yet.
Okay. So
I don't know TikTok yet.
You'll tell us about that in the future. I'm on TikTok. I'm on Instagram. I think I'm Phil or something like that on Instagram. I'm also on here and I'm also on Twitter. Right? So you can catch me on those three. I'm going to try and get some more. I'm also going to encourage you guys to do shorts on YouTube. They're really great for doing short little clips. You can do little short clips on your DC stuff if you're just a DC fan. If you're somebody who's a fan of Snyderverse, you can do Snyderverse stuff, right? Also, I want to just also advise people out there, start doing little what are these things we call them? If you're not somebody who does streams, you should start doing some streams and again express your love for the DC brand if you're just a DC fan, or your love for the Snyderverse. Speak about things you love. That is the greatest impact you can give. We also donate to AFSP as well as Feeding America, and we'll have some drives. Hopefully we'll have them soon. And also, for those of you guys who want to do with the Snyderverse fans, we'll have some watch-alongs. We're looking forward to some watch-alongs as well. I think it's in June or something like that. It was proposing something like that. As well as I do believe that we want to do. I was asking on actually was asking on Twitter if we could have a competition or some kind of thing, and then we can start back restore the Snyderverse, which is an old OG hashtag, but we can start putting that restore the Snyderverse on and on and on after the 14th with respect to games, big events, and stuff. What happened to Cut Ahmed? I don't see him anymore.
Well, he probably on the old business, but he will drop in and out every so often. That's the part of the old brigade. You understand, Mr. West Ashley,
Yeah,
um,
West Ashley.
Paradigm 44, Jeff Purdy, Lord Koje, you know, those people
Yep.
know the old brigade. You understand? You understand?
I
Raven,
see Coach J.
you understand?
Coach J doing.
That whole crew. That
Okay.
whole crew, you know,
Yes, sir.
right? So they
That's
are
the
wrong.
original.
It's just that yeah, the original, yeah. And Barry Moniquette from Trinidad and Dave Dodgers. You understand? These guys are wrong,
Yes.
right? And then they have Lupe
Yeah.
and yeah, they have a lot of guys, there are a lot of people. Um, Adrian, that is Truth Love Faith, right? Right? There's
Truth
a
love.
lot of
Yeah, I ain't seen
lot
him
of
in a while.
Snyder fans. Yeah. Don't worry, they are wrong, you know,
I
but
gotta.
just they will they will re-emerge. You just find yourself, just see them re-emerge. All right.
And
So Anson,
you told me. You told me. Not. I'm not gonna call his name. Um. Somebody that runs the Twitter handle that deals with release the Snyder Cut now. Release the Snyder Cut people.
oh,
Release the Snyder Cut
the
people.
red logo. Oh, that is because
Yeah.
I don't call it name. That's my partner. I believe I know who it is as
Look
well,
on the
that,
names.
but I will say who it is, right? But that is my bedroom.
Yeah, I almost said it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
We don't
I know
mention
he
his
cool.
name. Yeah, but he real cool. He real cool.
Yeah.
Just don't piss him off. I think I said too much. All right,
But they
Anson.
some people on there, man. Yeah, man, later, man.
Yeah, man. Later.
That's it, that.
Take care. Yeah,
Yeah.
man. Bless.
Yeah. Bless. All right, so that ends the feed when it comes to that. If you guys have any questions, you could always leave your questions on this channel. All right. And I hope you enjoyed this. Recapping real quick. So we talked about the history. Okay. You have all the movies from Man of Steel, BVS, Suicide Squad, Wonder Woman. Then we had Justice League. Then we had Aquaman. All those movies, were movies in which Zack Snyder had dealt with the directors, the original directors of what we call the Snyderverse today. All right. And we talked about the history of Warner Brothers and how Warner Brothers thought about that universe and how they changed it. Okay. After BVS, they changed up a lot of things. And then we talked about the Hamadaverse a little bit. It goes from Shazam, Birds of Prey, Wonder Woman, the Suicide Squad, Black Adam. That's where it last stopped. The only movie in that universe that actually made some money was Shazam. Everything else flopped. And again, we talk about how Warner Brothers, under the Hamadaverse leadership, how they were changing up the movies and how they were moving more in the direction of Marvel, which became very apparent. And then we have the upcoming movies. We have Shazam 2, we have The Flash, and then we have Blue Beetle and Aquaman. These are 4 of the remaining movies in the Hamadaverse, and we do not expect much from them, honestly speaking. James Gunn is now in charge of these movies, and he's also in charge of his slate of movies coming down and the lack of interest in those movies. I'm sure there's some people who have some buzz and interest in them. We also talk about the significance of Zack Snyder's Justice League to Hollywood. We also talked about the difference between what the executive arm of Warner Brothers, their choices are versus the audience demands, what the audience would like to see. And then finally, we talked about how you as DC fans and the audience, how you could take certain steps. And Damian Anton Vincent spoke mostly about the following: writing letters to David Zaslav and Netflix concerning selling Zack Snyder's Justice League to Netflix. Of course, not just Zack Snyder's Justice League, but actually the Snyderverse to Netflix. Um, and he also spoke about, yes, basically that. Of course, there are other options. I spoke to you guys about the fact that the company, if it keeps on flopping like it's doing, then it may be bought up and consumed or taken in with some of the big companies. We have Disney, Sony, Comcast, we have Amazon out there. They all have high stocks and high values. Netflix is really the best fit for Zack Snyder if we were to do the Snyderverse, but it could be many other options that could happen. We spoke about how you as fans after the 14th, even though I'm going to continue the boycott campaign, I'm going to make my videos and whatever, that you guys after the 14th can go into what is called a boycott campaign. Again, the boycott campaign is not one in which we actually are behaving on an emotional level. We are actually coming from a logical level, logical point of view. That is to say, why do you have James Gunn there if Walter Amada is the person you fired? Because the direction which he was going wasn't the proper direction. And then, so that's why we say fire James Gunn. And then, of course, boycott will be because, like, some of you don't like how Henry Cavill was fired. You know, some of you don't like the choices that James Gunn has in rebooting the universe, and that he's keeping basically his people and he's moving forward with them and the guys that Peter Safran has, but he's fired everybody else, right? So you can see, therefore, that he wants to just do his kind of version. He doesn't care about anybody, which is arbitrary. If you're going to reboot the whole universe. If you're going to keep it going, just keep going with everybody, right? And then we see that Walter Amada and Emmerich wanted to fire Henry Cavill. Didn't want Henry Cavill to come back and work. Didn't want Ben Affleck. He wanted Ben Affleck to wrap up. So you can see Henry Cavill and Ben Affleck coming out. Okay, so for you, boycotting Warner Brothers and also firing James Gunn are two options you have. Now, the truth be told, there's not much to boycott because there's not much interest in the universe to start with. So it really isn't, it's not really a thing, but we just want you to vocalize it. Okay, we want you to express yourself as DC fans. And I'm speaking to the DC fans. So boycott Warner Brothers, fire James Gunn, but always give the reasons why. Don't just willy-nilly say boycott Warner Brothers, because it really is a negative thing. It's a really negative thing, and it's not really a nice thing. I don't really feel happy in my heart saying boycott Warner Brothers. It's just something that's a necessary evil that we have to do. Okay. While we talk about Zack Snyder's to Netflix for the Snyder fans and for the people interested in restoring the Snyderverse and so on, do understand this company may be bought over again. It has been bought over twice already within the space of, what was it, last 5 years? It's been bought over twice. It could be bought over a third time. Now, David Zaslav was trying to get as much money as he can and trying to pay off his debts and all of that, but there's no income. The major income this company gets from is their movies. You know, and even though they have investors and shareholders in their companies, it's still not enough. You really need these movies. Tremendous amount of money goes into these movies, hundreds of millions of dollars. So they're not making any return on them. That's their major way of making revenue. And if they flop twice, it's over. It's over, right? And these are Safran's movies, basically. So at least they need something to carry on. Otherwise, there's not going to be any Gunverse. So anyway, what am I saying? Obviously, I would have hoped Warner Brothers would have picked somebody better to direct DC and probably course corrected it from the direction Hamada was going, because the way Hamada was going, the universe was going down the crapper, and DC brand is just going down, down, down. Less interest in the DC brand. So their only movies are the Elseworld movies, and they're hoping those Elseworld movies will bail them out for the year, and they don't think they have any Elseworld movies. Warner Bros. Is producing Doom, but they have no Elseworld DC movies this year. So it's really going to be crapper time. 4 movies flopping would not be good for them. And then on top of that, the DC fans right now, we're not exactly, our morale's not exceptionally high. There are 1 or 2 DC fans out there, and there's always the people who work in the industry and the trades who will speak highly of these movies. But for the most part, the average DC fan is not really feeling excited about anything right now. They're actually shell shocked more than anything else. So for you, the DC fan, if you're shell shocked and not excited, go back, look at the things that got you excited, and highlight those things. Okay, look at the things that you always had a positive. That whatever it is in DC that you liked. Okay, and even if you can't find nothing in DC, look outside of DC. Look at anything, and go to that. Enjoy yourself. Don't let this get you down. Maybe it is that there's nothing to look forward to in DC, or you have to really pick through to find something that excites you in DC. But in the meantime, go ahead and explore other things. You don't have to look at DC all the time. I'm completely boycotting Warner Bros. There are movies I want to see. I want to see Joker. I want to see Dune 2. I want to see The Batman, right? 2. I'm not going to be watching those movies. I have not watched The Batman. I haven't watched last year. I wanted to see something else. I can't remember what it was. I didn't watch them. And the reason I didn't watch them is because I didn't want to support a company that is just not listening to its audience. And it's a fundamental problem with certain companies in Hollywood. Certain companies in Hollywood are doing a great job because their fans and their audience is getting what they want. And then we have companies who don't do that. They just don't. And they're just falling by the way because of that. And so people who are not supposed to be in certain positions are ending up in positions in Warner Brothers. People whose roles and their job description doesn't match what they're doing are doing those kinds of things. It's a very unprofessional environment in which, to this day, Ray Fisher has not gotten back a job. He's not gotten work there. He's a person of color. They talk about Latinos and all of that. They fire Batgirl and all that. But the truth be told, people of color is still being blacklisted in Hollywood, and Warner Brothers is no exception. And they're not doing anything to deal with those source issues, those bad issues that their company constantly and just inadvertently perpetrate. Okay. And so they still are going in 2023 with the Boys Club model, nepotism and that kind of stuff. So I'm really not cool with that. And so I'm really not going to support them in anything. And even if they do restore the Snyderverse, say, or the company goes under and this whole new management and another company takes them over and stuff, if they're going to still be pushing those kinds of movies, which are products of that environment, I'm not going to watch those movies. I'm sorry, I'm just not going to, because I know what happens in the ground. I know how these people moved, and it wasn't clean. So why would I support something that's dirty? It's like the Flash movie. I'm not watching the Flash movie. That movie's dirty. It's dirty, dirty, dirty. People threaten people's job careers and all that kind of stuff over that movie. And we, as fans, when we have knowledge of that, we shouldn't endorse it. We talk about pedophilia. They talk about what's the guy's name? We did Morbius and so on. The guy who's with Joker. When you are found associated, I'm not saying people don't have skeletons in their past, but when you're associated with youngsters and stuff, and even certain reputable actors were found out what they were doing with other people, they lost their work in Hollywood. Similarly, for execs and all these other people, if you're found immoral or you're doing immoral things, then why are you keeping your job? That's why Disney almost fired James Gunn, and they should have fired him. Now that I look back at it, even though I was defending him for some of the outlandish jokes that he made, oh my God, and he's erased all those tweets now. He doesn't want anybody to see it. But I'm not mad at James Gunn per se. I don't know if he's still conducting that kind of lifestyle. I hope he's not. But I would say this, that people need to straighten up a bit, man. We need, all of us, including myself, need to straighten up a bit. We need to try and fly right. You know what I'm saying? And again, James Gunn is going to have his Guardians of the Galaxy 3 coming out. I'm not going to hate on that. The people are saying, well, you need to go hate on Marvel too and these Marvel movies and shut down everything that has to do with James Gunn. No, no, no. I am a person who deals logically and I deal with reason. I'm dealing with James Gunn as the co-head of DC. The guy doesn't belong there. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be hard on James Gunn, but James Gunn, I mean, you're going to give it best shot, and I'm happy for you, but you really don't belong there, especially after what you did with your first couple days in tenure and the nepotism and stuff that's going on. You don't belong there. That's not a position for you. And maybe you continue making movies, but please just don't do it. DC fans don't really like you like that right now. You're like public enemy to most of them. I'm not saying all of them are not feeling you, but because even Tyrone Magnus, he's saying he feels you, but I'm just saying. Right now, we don't like you much. Just saying. So do the things that make you excited. Do the things that make you happy. It's possible that either DC or Warner Brothers may be bought by Comcast and all those other companies I just spoke about, and there's profits to that. And I would suggest that we contact all these companies, and I have been doing that anyway. The other thing is enjoy yourself. Have competitions. Put up your stuff on, artwork and other things, and also express yourself on social media platforms. Let these different companies know what you like. And it doesn't only have to be DC. It can be whatever it is you like. Put it up. Let people see so they at least have a good picture of what it is you like as somebody in your kind of movies, right? So that's what I got to say. For now, I do believe, again, you should keep a broad perspective. So I'm not saying that necessarily the Snyderverse will be leased out to anything. That's not the only way it has to go. It could be that the whole company, Warner Brothers, ends up being bought over by, say, Comcast, one of them. Or it could be that DC and DC brands and DC things are leased out to different companies, maybe not even Netflix. You don't know. There's just a myriad of different ways this could go. I'm not quite sure how it will go, but I do want to let you guys know one thing. That me, and I want you guys to adopt the same habit when it comes to DC or whatever it is in your life. Stick to what it is you want and pursue it. In my case, it's Restore the Snyderverse, and I'm going to pursue it. For those of you who are DC, and you want to see either a change in DC or you just want to see better leadership, stick to that. So that's all I got to say for now. I think that the stream hopefully was clear enough to everybody. I know Damien was saying some things that went over some people's heads because you don't know the whole story. So that's why I try to recap everything as much as I could. But you guys have a good night. We're going on 4 hours that the stream was going. I see some of you guys was watching this thing for the whole 4 hours. It was great having Damien on. You guys pray for him. Make sure he gets well, he and his wife. They're doing pretty well. Avatar. I just wanted to say this because my stream has been super long. Avatar 2, Avatar, The Way of Water, is now at $2.13 billion. And it's, I think, 2.133, right? $2.133 billion. So it's going to overtake Titanic, possibly over this weekend, to become the third highest grossing movie of all time without adjustments for inflation. Okay? And that movie is making a tremendous statement. It's saying, when you allow directors to have a singular vision, this is what you get. I do believe Zack Snyder's Justice League is a singular vision, and people have commented on that. And I truly would love to see it see cinemas. Again, I'm a Snyder fan for the Snyderverse. So I'm just talking about that now, separate from DC. And I definitely would love to see that make cinemas, and hopefully that does happen soon. I also would like to see David Ayer's cut of the Suicide Squad make theaters. I don't want it on HBO Max. I don't want it. I don't care who is the distributor. It could be Warner Brothers, it could be Universal, it could be Amazon, it could be Netflix, it could be Disney, it could be, I don't care. I want to see it see theaters. I do. And I think it's possible. I see David Ayer still hanging in there, putting his little stuff up on Twitter, and I wish him the best. I hope his movie does see theaters, and I actually think it will, but when I am not sure. But we're going to keep on pressing for that as Snyder fans, which again, the air cut of Suicide Squad is not a Snyder film, but we talk about the Snyderverse, and that's part of the Snyderverse as far as I'm concerned. So that's it. I'm going to go on 4 hours in a couple seconds. I hope you guys have a good night. God bless you all. This was a long, lengthy discussion. I hope you guys enjoyed it. The next set of stuff will be shorts. So look out for my shorts. I'm probably not going to do any long videos. Everything's going to be like less than a minute. You guys have a good night. God bless you all. Stay positive. Stand by. Let's make some change happen.